promise it'll be quick. And we got the live stream on YouTube started. Hey guys, welcome into the live. If you happen to be tuning in on YouTube, good to see ya. If you haven't been here before, we just talked to Trump supporters about what the Trump administration is doing and how they still support it. Today is a really big day.
Oh yeah, dude.
Derek, what are you doing? We already have our first Trump supporter on.
Come on, bro.
I'm doing my YouTube intro. What are you doing?
Huh?
What are you?
I was making your YouTube intro better.
Okay. Well, as you guys see, we already have the first Trump supporter loaded into the live stream. I guess we'll cut the intro short.
Trump's a goat, bro.
Okay. You know
dude,
what?
You're scared, dude.
Derek,
dude,
take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Why do I support you? Dude, you're scared of Charlie Kirk, bro.
Charlie Kirk is scared of me.
You're scared. No, you're scared of him, bro.
Okay, if I'm scared of him and he's not scared of me, then how come I'm the one trying to debate him and he's the one running?
Yeah, no, that's the other way around.
What did you just say?
I can't even troll you, bro. You're way too chill for this. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. So why do you support Trump?
I love you, bro. Why do I support Trump? Because he's a good president. Okay. I didn't even get. You want to know something funny? I didn't even get the vote this year. I was in Navy boot camp and they forgot to give me my ballot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's go over the reasons why you think he's a good president. Take it away.
I like his policies.
Okay. You like his policies. I don't. Which policies of his do you like?
Okay, I don't know specific. I've never really known that stuff. Oh, okay. Don't even laugh at me.
Then vaguely, what do you like?
Okay. Okay. I can't even fucking talk. When Biden was president, I couldn't really see anything he was doing good. There was war starting. There was this and that happening. Him giving money to these foreign countries.
Listen. Biden this, Biden that. Yap.
Of course I'm
we
going to
could talk about that after we finish our first line of dialogue, which is centered around you, either specifically or vaguely describing the policy/actions of Trump that you agree with.
I just told you I don't know
So you don't know anything that the Trump administration is doing, but you still support them?
I don't exactly pay attention to that. The only reason I know about you is because I've seen you argue with Charlie Kirk.
Bruh,
I just think it's funny.
just like take a step back. Let's observe what you just told us. You can't even articulate with any level of abstraction words about why you support the administration. So you honestly, I feel like the very obvious takeaway here. One second. You were like 12 when he was in office the first time. Just give me a second.
I was like 12? Yeah, how old were you, Dean?
Also 12. We're the same age.
No, okay. See, fine.
God. Okay. That doesn't change the fact that you were literally 12 when he was in office.
Leland would do better in office than he would.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
I bet my friend Leland would do better in office than he would. And he's a fat kid addicted to McDonald's.
Okay.
Bye, Dean. I love you.
We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Oh, boy. All right. For everybody that's tuning in, you already see what we're dealing with. I've been live for 9 minutes on TikTok, maybe 4 minutes on YouTube, and I'm already tired. We're going to go and move on to that next guest. Everybody that's tuning in, guys, make sure that we are following the rules if we're hopping in that queue. They're very simple. Just make sure that we're American adults that support Trump if you're hopping in that queue. We're going to bring this next guest up. Their name is Parker. They have like a baseball and a fishing rod in their name. I feel like they're probably going to be underage. First question, how old are you? I guess right, because they left there pretty quickly. Moving on to the next guest, everyone. Just give us a minute, you guys. We got Raul loading up in here. Guys, go ahead and drop a MAGA in that chat with your age if you want to come up here and have a dialogue. What's going on, man? You MAGA?
I'm not, actually.
I'm sorry. Got to kick you then, man. We're just looking for Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guest, Rhea. Once again, we're going to be removing everybody that doesn't follow the rules today. Just so hopefully we can get debates quicker. What's up? You MAGA?
Hello.
Hi, what's up? Are you MAGA?
I am.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 19.
19 and MAGA. All right, take it away. Why do you support Trump? Can't hear you when you leave the app. Can't hear you at all. Right now, there's not a word. Oh, now I can hear you again. Take it away.
Sorry. I don't know like 100% of everything, but I just heard like people call him fascist and stuff like that. I haven't seen 100% proof. He's done a bunch of good stuff, especially for the middle class.
Like what?
there's something about
Are you
him.
trolling?
Maybe.
Okay. All right. Banned. Moving on to the next guys. Don't troll. Just don't do it. All right. When you troll, you delay the stream. You prevent productive dialogue. You prevent learning. You prevent a lot. So don't troll. Just don't do it. We're just looking for real Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. We got them loading up. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. And I didn't ask Hop either.
No worries, no worries. I hope you have a good rest of your day, guys. Go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you'd like to join. Go to put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you'd like to join. We're going to go to get you loaded up. In fact, if we could have a handful of the people watching, just dropping the rules down below in the chat so I don't have to keep on repeating them. That I'd love you to death. I'd love you to death. So we're going to go to move on to the next guest. We got that next guest connecting to the live stream right now. Here we go, everyone. The name is Dims Are the Problems. What's up? You obviously support Trump. Let me just make sure that you're at least 18. How old are you?
Yes, I'm 54. Here's a good one. You said burning the flag was not illegal. Okay, we'll get that one out of your way. United States House of Representatives, United States Code Title 18, Crimes and Criminal Procedures. Section 700, desecration of the American flag is a crime. You better do your research. It's been a crime since 1930s.
Yeah, the code that you're reading us off is from the 1930s. Do you want to know what happened in the 1980s?
Crime. It's a federal crime, which means it supersedes any judge. It supersedes any state laws.
I can name a group of judges that it doesn't supersede. The nine justices.
It supersedes.
Okay. Right.
It supersedes them.
No, there's 9 justices who it doesn't supersede. Those 9 justices.
No, it supersedes them.
Can I have a moment to speak? Can you stop being a kid? I'm gonna go.
Well, tell your lie then.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and give you a little bit of a lesson on civics. So you're right in the sense that federal law supersedes all other law. Okay, but there's one thing that supersedes federal law, and that would be the Constitution. All federal law has to act in accordance with the Constitution. And you just listed me federal law that is deemed burning the American flag as illegal. And I believe you that exists. So my first question was, what year is this law from? And you told me the 1930s. That makes perfect sense. This federal law was passed 50 years before we had the Texas v. Johnson SCOTUS case in 1892 with a 5-4 decision determining that burning the American flag is protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of expression.
That was not in the 1800s. That was in the 1960s or 1950s or something like that. Yeah, that means... the 1930s one, because I read that from a 2020 edition, which means it's still law. Yeah, but mine came from 2020 edition. So here's the thing.
So the law is on the books, but the law is illegal.
No.
Oh my God.
That law is not illegal. It goes Constitution, federal, state, local.
Okay.
And then it goes into other things.
Let's see if you know.
Federal law supersedes even a judge.
Let's see if you know.
The judges are only to interpret law.
Hey, I have a question. Who interprets the Constitution and tells us what it means?
It is supposed to be judges, but that doesn't mean they're going to get it right.
What judges? What judges?
The 9 district ones.
No.
They're supposed to interpret it.
The Supreme
Court.
Not
to make it new.
Let me know what you're doing.
If you want me to read that whole section in Title 18, I can, because I have the book right here.
Okay. Can I speak without you interrupting me?
Can you tell the truth for once?
Yes.
Can you stop pushing the propaganda that you're getting paid to do?
Who am I getting paid by?
DNC. It's been proven.
How's it been proven?
I've seen the paperwork.
What paperwork?
Jesus. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Act Blue.
Act Blue
They pay you.
Act Blue is a conglomerate.
Oh, and that's a Chinese thing too.
Okay, one moment. Act Blue is a conglomerate of campaign funding that allows for grassroots donors to support a political movement.
Pays you.
But no, I've actually never done any fundraising for a campaign through Act Blue.
Yeah. No. They paid you.
So
That's
I
why
actually,
you're
I actually
doing
haven't.
this.
I haven't.
They
I haven't
paid you
received
to
any.
push bullshit
I haven't received.
propaganda.
So not only have I not received any payments through ActBlue, but even if I did, that wouldn't mean that I'm paid by the DNC. Payments are
Really?
made through ActBlue by individual
Yeah, because
grassroots
that's
donors.
what it goes to.
Okay, shut the
it's a
hell up. Now you're
Chinese
gonna go on mute.
propaganda push.
Bro, dude, this guy's outrageous. So payments are made through ActBlue by grassroots individual donors, and then ActBlue acts as an intermediary and sends that to the orchestrators of the fundraisers, right? So I haven't received any money through ActBlue because that's specifically for campaign fundraising, and I haven't fundraised for any political campaign that I've been involved with. But
No,
I'll give
you're
you, I'll
pushing
give you,
bullshit.
I'll give you an analogy of how ActBlue works, right? So ActBlue works in the same way that Venmo works. Venmo is something that I get paid through by the individuals that watch the streams and enjoy my content. If somebody likes my
He
content,
admitted that you're getting paid by ActBlue by
if,
Venmo.
if somebody goes and likes my content, they could go to the link in my bio and find my Venmo or my PayPal, then individually support me. But the way I cash their money out is through like daily deposits to my bank. And on my bank record, it says that Venmo is paying me the total sum.
And that's ActBlue as you admitted.
No, that's the
you're
people
getting
watching the
paid by
stream.
ActBlue.
No, that's the
Stop
people watching
lying,
the
bitch.
stream.
You're lying.
Oh, wait, I'll give you an example. Feisty just donated me $10 on Super Chat saying, ActBlue China. Feisty is an individual person like you or I. Same thing with Higgs. Higgs just donated me $5 saying Obama here. Higgs is an individual just like you or I. We have other examples too. Charles just donated me $1 on Venmo. They're an individual like you or I. Ezekiel just donated me $5 over on PayPal saying thank you for all that you do. Ezekiel is an individual like you or I.
That it goes to, and you said it goes to ActBlue, and
No,
ActBlue
it goes to
pays
Venmo. Venmo, I was using that
From
as an analogy.
ActBlue.
No, ActBlue
You're
and
saying
Venmo.
ActBlue pays Venmo.
No, it
Don't
was an
change your thing.
analogy.
You're changing the script.
I made an analogy
You're
between
lying.
Venmo
You're-
and
no.
ActBlue.
No, you said ActBlue pays Venmo.
Oh my
Now
god!
you're changing. You're
Oh
trying
my
to
god,
change the
Josh!
script.
Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat from the DNC. Thank you for the love, Josh.
Yeah, that's why.
Thank you
that's
so
why
much.
20. That's why 27 Senate Democrats opposed a bill that was supposed to protect.
Scarlett, thank you so much for the $100 over on YouTube
my-
Super Chat saying
yeah.
I'm also an individual. Scarlett with 100 big ones. Let's get 1,000 Scarlett W's down below in that chat.
You're supporting the pedos.
What?
Good one
You
to know.
are. You're the one that supports a
No, I'm
president
not.
that boasted about
Okay,
perving on
okay,
kids.
then how
But
come-
Scarlett,
then-
thank you for the
then answer
$100.
this
Show
one.
some love to Scarlett down
Answer
below.
this
I'm
one.
thanking my
Answer
donors,
this.
pal. I'm
Then
thanking
how
my
come
donors, pal.
Two Obama-appointed judges plus one Clinton judge opposed the release of the Epstein and Maxwell files. Oh, that's because they're on it? Okay, then how come 27 Democrat senators opposed the bill that prevented people from exposing themselves to minors? Oh, because they're pedophiles.
Okay. Hopefully now you'll allow me a chance to respond. So in responses to the judges, no, they didn't oppose the release of the Epstein files.
Yes, they did.
If you allow me to finish, what they opposed the release of was the grand jury testimony in regards specifically to Epstein that wouldn't have indicted anybody else outside of Epstein because it was a grand jury testimony about him and his charges, not about anybody else or the files as a whole. And the reasons were that it was illegal. Now moving on to the second thing about the 27 senators that opposed catching Preds. So what they opposed was the Lake and Riley bill. And if I was president,
Nope,
I would have
not
vetoed
it.
that too.
Wasn't it?
What
It
are you
was
talking
27 Democrats that opposed a bill that was to prevent people from exposing themselves to children.
What bill?
Let's see, it was B. Let me get it. I have it written down. I know it's 23-9.
Okay.
I think it's
one second.
29.
One second. Everybody in the chat is like spamming about his posts. Dude, his posts just like look random as shit. What are your posts about?
Which post?
Dude, I
You
mean,
mean
like,
the books that I got
Like one
in
says
my,
"Land of the Free, Home of the Offended." One, they're all like shaky. One has a picture of 5-year-old Peyton Benson.
Well, just look
what,
at
what is
just
this shit?
basically. Why don't you look at my
wait.
page?
Actually,
it'll have Whites, Blacks, and Racist Democrats by Reverend Wayne Perryman.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna put you on mute because now I'm like looking at. Okay. What am I reading here? Can you give us a?
Well, those are the things that tell me that your party's the racist party. Oh, yeah.
Can you give me an
Nation's top historians
So
show
one of-
Klan and
wait.
Democratic connection today.
1 second. I'm just looking at one of your posts. I'm not gonna understand. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really understand a lot of this, but like it shows a picture of Caesar the ape from the Planet of the Apes next to a picture of Al the Hustler, a black man from Grievance Galaxy. What is this? What is this? Can you just like explain what it means? Like what does this even mean? It's like a shaky post of a comparison between like a literal ape and a black man. Can you give us an explanation of this?
Gee, what was that one? That one was a Sasquatch AI. Was that with a farmer with a farm truck?
I don't see a farm truck here. Can you explain this
so it's a
post
different
now?
one.
Can you explain this?
Did you read the things in it?
Hopefully you did because you posted it. What does this post mean? I don't even know.
Wait, is that from my one of the books? Let's see.
This is like seemingly racist because it like shows a picture of like an ape next to a black man. I'd assume that this book is like making a comparison based upon how they look, and it's just like racism.
No, it doesn't have nothing to do with how they look.
Okay, just give us an explanation of what it means. If I just explain it, that's all I'm asking.
Read the parts above it.
The parts above it don't even make sense. Rev Al soaks up boycott bucks. Sharpton yells no justice, no peace while chasing the Hampton menace of racism, but ignores the actual menaces that terrorize the community. Therefore, when it comes to resolving the racial strife, I'd follow Caesar the ape before I'd follow Al the hustler. Caesar has
so how does that not
proven
make
track
sense?
record of trustworthiness and integrity.
You're trying to make
and is
something that's not
financially
racist
incentivized.
racist. Holy shit!
What does it
What
even mean? Can you just like explain it to us?
Well, let's see. I'll put it this way: it's above your head and below your knees.
Bro, this guy's like insane.
No, you're insane because you're getting paid to push propaganda.
Obama
repealed the legislation that prevented the media from pushing propaganda, and you're pushing it. Because you're listening to the mainstream media,
what shape is
which is pushing the propaganda that you're telling.
What shape is
yeah,
Earth?
Of course you're getting paid for it. What shape? What?
What is the shape of the Earth?
Does it matter?
Yes. What's the shape of the Earth?
No, it doesn't matter.
It's very relevant. Would you mind answering
Well, let's
the
see.
question?
You get the globe, and you look on the bottom of the thing, and it says it's not for actual educational purpose. They say that it's flat. If you go by the Bible, it's flat. If you go by NASA, NASA does their trajectories off of a flat, non-rotating Earth. It's kind of weird because you gotta take and cipher things out. There's no evidence of this, no evidence of that. There's evidence of this. There's evidence of that. You don't know what you're doing.
How old is the Earth?
You don't know if they lied to you.
Is the Earth 3 billion years old or 4,000 years old?
Well, if you go by the archaeologists, it's over, let's see, 10 billion years old because dinosaurs.
Do you believe in dinosaurs or do you think they were dragons?
Well, there's no wings on them suckers, so what does this have to do with it? What's the relevance of this?
COVID, was it made in a lab?
Well, let's see. The new information is saying it came from Wuhan, but I know that the left-wing media says no. Just like the left-wing media.
Do you believe it was made in a lab?
Just listen to this part. Listen to this part. When left-wing media came out, when Trump said this is the words that they had Trump say. This virus is a hoax. You've watched the right-wing media. This virus is the Democrats' next big hoax.
We got a total net.
Those are two different meanings.
How do you feel about 5G?
Well, 5G does put out radioactive waves. They put out EMFs.
Do you ever wear a tinfoil hat to prevent the radioactive?
I got an EMF tester, and it says that it shows that it does. So prove me wrong. You can't.
Do you ever wear a tinfoil hat to prevent those EMF radioactive waves?
Well, let's see. Tinfoil won't work.
So what works?
Lead, like your head.
Do you like have like lead paint on the walls?
You want to
prevent
know
it?
something?
Do you have like
You wanna
lead?
know
I have a question. Do you
I've
do you have lead
light
paint?
bulbs brighter than I see broken light bulbs.
I just have a
brighter than
question.
you.
Do you have lead paint on your walls to prevent that radiation?
No, that's why they got rid of lead paint, because
you
those
sup-
meter boxes outside, they push out AMFs too.
Do you
I
support lead
went to
paint?
one of those
like,
and tested that.
like, would you put lead paint on your walls to prevent that radiation?
On the outside, yes, it wouldn't hurt much. Inside, no.
Dude, okay. So
Dude,
you're a flat
You know what
earther.
a dude is, dude?
Dude, just
Do you know what a dude is? Do you know what a dude is?
Just be quiet. Take your
No.
fingers.
Do you
that.
know what a dude is?
Just-
Tell me what a dude is.
Oh my god.
What's the definition?
Be quiet. So you're a flat earther. You're like probably racist. I like your posts are just like so gibberish and incoherent. Like you're probably racist. You you think that 5G causes like radiation and like kills people? You support Trump. You think that COVID vaccine was like made in a lab. I'm just like genuinely curious now. Do you have any family?
I never said that it will kill you.
Do you have any family? Do you have any family?
Do you have? I seen a broken light bulb brighter than you.
Nice one. Do you have any family?
Yes, I do.
Are you close with your family?
Closer than you are to yours.
Okay, what do you have? Like a wife, children, grandchildren? Where are we at? Where are we at in life?
None of your business. None of your business.
I'm just like genuinely curious. Like, how often would you say that you like see your family? Do you like live with a family member, or do they just kind of like visit every so often?
Why you're pushing? Yeah, I'm just curious why you keep pushing the Obama propaganda. Oh, I'm also curious why you don't tell the whole truth. I'm also curious why you miss certain stuff. I'm also curious why you don't care if Biden was the one that was sitting there on video groping children. I'm also curious why you push something that you know is, or you don't know, is
You know what?
absolutely untrue.
Real quick, my buddy Jaden wants to come up here and talk to you real quick. Honestly, if Jaden didn't want to join, I would have just like kicked you right now. Jaden wants to talk.
That's the first thing you do is you censor those that oppose you.
Dude, you're
which
just
is
loony.
fascism.
You're just loony. I'm gonna be honest. You're loony.
You're
not.
fascist.
It's not fascism. It's not fascism.
Yes, it is. Look it up. Look
no,
it up.
Yeah, fascism is far-right palingenetic ultranationalism.
No,
Just real quick,
that's actually a
5G
Democrat
EMF.
narrative.
I'm gonna use the
5G
restroom real quick while you talk to him, Jaden. For everybody else, I'll be right back in like 40 seconds.
No,
No
I'm going to
problem.
get more propaganda.
Not propaganda. 5G
Yes, it is.
EMF. 5G EMF is non-ionizing. That kind of energy does not have the density capable of the kind of radiation poisoning, like things like X-rays and whatnot. So if you're concerned about that, I'd say probably whatever the fuck you're putting in your system has more chemical reaction than a cell phone tower does, than 5G. But what's up with your post, man? What's going on here?
Gee, if you can't read, it's your
I
problem.
can. That's why I'm asking about it.
And does it sound racist to you? Yes, because everything's racist to a Democrat.
Wait, you didn't even know what I asked.
Democrats are the racist party. Let's see. Democrats' racist
Okay.
policies and practices in 2009. Ain't that weird?
2009. What practice was that?
Look at the piece.
I like how you
posted
knew
in
what
my
post I
background.
was referencing.
Look
I mean,
at
I just
my-
said, "What's
look
up with
at
your
my-
post?"
Look at my page. You'll see where it says it because I posted
I've
that.
seen enough.
Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah, you have several things here. You say whites and racist Democrats with people fist bumping. This is a book.
Whites, Blacks, and Racist Democrats. Written by Reverend Wayne Perryman, a person of darker melanin.
Of darker melanin.
Yeah, you know.
You know, you
darker
could
melanin.
say black man.
You
Not
can say
white.
black, right?
You can say it, yeah. But, you know, you can also say other words, too. And I'm not saying the
Who
N
says
one either,
darker? Why would you even bring that up?
because that's what you guys are thinking. I know
No,
how
you're
the
thinking
Democrat-
that.
No, I know how Democrats think.
What?
Let's see. Democrats opposed every civil rights act, including the one that LBJ
Including the one
signed.
they
'Cause
wrote?
what did LBJ say? I'll
So
get
wait, he
those
signed it, right?
voting Democrat for the next 200 years. He wasn't kidding. He said, I'll get those voting Democrat for the next 200 years. That's what LBJ said. That's when he signed that Civil Rights Act.
Yeah, he's also
Ooh.
been dead for like 50 years.
Yeah, and look what Biden said.
Wait, I have a question. Was Obama racist?
Of the KKK.
I was going to ask that.
Yeah, that's a good question. Was Obama
also,
racist?
when he became a VP, yeah, Obama was racist.
So who was he
owned
racist
slaves.
Was
towards?
Obama racist towards?
His family owned slaves. Look it up.
Well, he's not his family. I
Then-
mean, are we going to say that every white person in
yeah,
America
yeah.
is racist because their families own slaves?
And then also, I just want to make it
No,
clear,
'cause you look
like
it up and see
more
who his
often,
family does.
quickly, like I want to make it clear, more often than not, especially if you're talking about the family on like his father's side of the family, I believe. I think his father was black and his mother was white. A lot of individuals that are black in America can be related to individuals that like ran plantations and like owned slaves because their ancestors were raped by the slave owners. They weren't like a benefactor of white supremacy and antebellum era slavery. They were the victim of it.
You there?
Now let's see. Who was the first slave owner?
Do you
in the United
want to
States?
Hugh Gwynn?
Ooh,
But if
ooh,
you'd
ooh.
like to,
No,
if you'd
the
like to
first
address
slave owner-
the Hugh Gwynn, but I
first
answered the
slave
question.
owner
Hugh
was
Gwynn.
Anthony Johnson, a
Hugh
black man who
Gwynn.
owned 5 slaves, and
Okay,
one
were
of them
any
was
of
black.
the founding fathers black who wrote the 3/5 Compromise? So no, I don't think it's relevant to bring up
do you
the
know
first
Old
slave
English?
owner, whether
Do
or
you know
not
Old
they
English
were
words?
white or black, whether or not they were white or black. America participated in chattel
okay.
slavery against African Americans.
Do you
It
know
wouldn't
Old
really make a
English
difference.
words and their meanings?
What the hell? Can you just answer
I'm
how
gonna
Obama
ans-
was racist?
I already did his. It's basically his family. He was
But he's
part
not
of
his
it as
family,
well.
so what did he do during his term?
Not during his term. It was before his term.
So before his
he
lifetime,
served.
right? Before his lifetime.
Do some research and you'll figure it out.
So
Jesus,
then,
you
do
guys
white
want someone to hand
Americans
shit to
should
you
white
on a
Americans
platter.
pay reparations for slavery?
Well, let's see. If the first slave owner was a black person, he owned white people as
Did
well.
every
so
black
that means it should
people-
go both ways.
Did every black person own slaves?
Did you just say
No,
that black people
disproportionately?
should pay white people reparations?
If there was a black slave owner, which there was, Anthony Johnson, he was a black slave owner who owned 5 slaves at one time and then exceeded that. And some of them were white and some of them were black. So yes, if black have to be paid, so shouldn't the white.
Okay, I'm gonna detail a little bit to you about reparations, and I'm sure Jaden could hop in on this conversation too.
Every
But first
race
and
has been a
foremost-
slave.
But first and foremost, especially in America, I don't
That's
know if
not
I'm
true.
I don't know if I'm even willing to believe you that there's a black man in America that owned white individuals as slaves. Why do I say that? It's because like slavery just wasn't just simply something practiced in
Oh,
society
Jesus, you
in
better
a
do your
vacuum,
research.
but it was something that was practiced in society due to like our constitution,
You better do your
our
research.
federal
I did.
state. Just one moment. Our federal, state, and local laws, like classifying black individuals as like legal property, right? Like we didn't have laws, we didn't have common law, we didn't have constitutional provisions that did the same for white individuals. So, I mean, I don't think that there would be a point in American history where that was legal. Right now, to respond about reparations, well, like one of the really big reasons why individuals today support reparations isn't merely because of slavery on its own, but it's also because of its followed aftermath and like another 150 years of legal oppression and like social oppression, which we still see true to be true today. And like we could see this like actualized in many ways, like a lack of generational wealth, lower average socioeconomic standings, redlining.
That's not
et
true.
cetera. Nothing I just said is true?
Not all of it. Some of it, yes. Some of it, no.
Okay, what did I say that was false?
Basically, the economic wealth part. There's a lot of people of darker melanin that have more money than...
Could you
Just
please
say black.
Yeah, could you please say black people? I don't like darker melanin. I don't know if it's just me. I just say black man.
No, it's not just you.
Oh, a form of racism on your side. Okay.
How is that former racism? I'm saying say black. I'm black.
Like I can see your picture.
You should open your eyes and see it.
Well, It looks more like like a tan, a dark tan.
Well, I'm black. Black people can often be dark tan, or darker melanin, as you'd put it.
And then if you look at a book that was written in the 1500s, where there was Caucasian.
Here we go on
black
another
people.
tirade.
No, I'm just telling you facts.
Caucasian black people?
Yes,
What?
it was written in the 1500s in Africa.
Moving right past that.
Yeah,
Can
because
you just
don't
tell
know
me
that
what
before you-
Obama did that was racist?
Oh, let's
This last
see.
time I'll ask that.
Jesus. Well, let's see what he said again. Okay, it's nope.
Okay.
There it is.
While you're looking for that, I need to thank a couple people. Yo, Camp, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 500 Camp W's down below. Thank you so much for the love, Camp. Camp says, ask him why Republicans love the Confederate flag. That's what I was hoping to get around to after he tells us how Obama is
nice.
racist. Yeah, we'll get around to that conversation. Thank you for the love, Camp, for the $50. As well as Nancy, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. And happy birthday to your daughter as well, Nancy Selena. Happy birthday, Selena. Juniper with a 2, Kylie with a 2, Kylie with a 14, Julia with a 10. Thank you so much for the love. And then Anthony with a $20 saying, I'm Deep State DNC. Let's go, Anthony. Then Telby with a 10. And then Josh with a 20 also from the DNC. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. Show some love to all of them down below in the chat. As well as Noah with a $10 on Venmo saying, shut him down. I don't even, dude, okay, like, it's really hard to shut down somebody that's just, like, literally, like, lost their marbles. Like, it's a difficult
Did he
task.
say how old he was?
54, 52? But thank you for the $10,
Rough 52.
Noah. For real. As well as Cloud, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Show some love to Cloud down below, you guys. Thank you so much, Cloud. That's Cloud with a K. Cloud says, all right, this is gold, a real-life flat earther. This is why I can't take MAGA serious. Yeah, we'll get on to the flat earth part after we get finished up with racism here, because I'd like to ask him some questions about that too, as well as Cloud once again with the $25. Show even more love to Cloud down below, saying that this guy's page is like wildly conspiracy based. Oh, I fucking bet. Thank you for the love, Cloud. He's talking about 1983 and Obama being racist. What is this guy yapping about?
Talks with racist Democrats in Chicago.
Okay, so Obama talked about how like Democrats can be racist?
It's all not that they can be racist, that they are racist.
Wait, so that in turn makes him a racist?
What?
Well, let's see. If you want me to read the whole piece of it, it's longer than your arm, probably. So yeah, kind of.
Wait.
Yeah,
if talking about how some Democrats are racist makes you racist, doesn't that mean that you're
some.
racist?
I'm not Democrat. I'm not Republican.
But you say talking about racism therefore makes you racist.
Talking about
in turn.
racism doesn't make you racist, but doing
You just said it did with Obama.
race theory to children is kind of racist. Let's see.
We're not going to get on that subject. Just tell me
You guys
what.
want adult male into women's safe spaces
Okay.
like that.
Okay, we can't talk about trans individuals on the live. TikTok will ban you. They'll ban me. We just can't do it. But please just stick on one topic at a time. Once again, the question that you're supposed to be answering right now is, how the fuck is Obama racist?
2001, blacks lose land in Democrat-controlled state. 2004,
Obama was not an elected official at that
blacks
point.
file reparation lawsuit against Democrats. Democrats took that away from them. Let's see, the Republicans
You
gave it
sound
to
like
them,
a male
Democrats
Jennifer
took it from
Coolidge.
them. Let's see, 2005, Democrats connect with, okay, that's that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's all you guys can do when you fail your fucking debates is call names and do nothing else. 'Cause
Hillary,
guys
thank you for the
just lost that
$20 over on
motherfucker.
Venmo. Thank you for the love,
guys
Hillary.
suck at
Hillary with the
debating
$20 says,
when
tell this guy to
someone's got the fucking
STFU.
facts
Thank
in
you for
their
the love,
face.
Hillary. Jeremy with a $1 and Charles with a $1 as well.
let's
Thank
see.
you so much. Thank you guys. I have a couple more to go over here.
Troglodytes.
London, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Says, in my opinion, you should check Discord to see the screenshots of his posts. Okay, I'll have to check that
I'm
out.
looking at them right now.
Jaden's looking at them right now. Thank you for the love, London. Let's show some love to London down below for the
Look at my
$20.
page, too.
And then
My
once
page
again,
is much
Ezekiel,
better
thank you
because it
for
shows
the
more
$20. Thank you
about
so
the
much,
books that
Ezekiel.
you
Show some love
guys
to
don't
Ezekiel
like
down below.
because they
And then Susan with the
disprove
$20 saying, keep going. Okay, we're all
lies.
caught up on donations. I appreciate you guys for the love. Let's get some W donors down below in the chat. And then once again, this guy just thinks that they're all from the DNC. I don't know why.
He's not going to answer the
No,
question.
you
But
said it. You said
wanna
it,
talk
bitch.
about the
You
Confederacy
said
part.
That the Act Blue gives it to them and they give it to you. Don't change the subject because you did say that
Okay.
when I was out. When I was next to the book that said about Title 20.
Basically, he has a
Title
bunch of
18.
book covers about Black Lives Matter.
No, it's
These aren't
Black
books,
Lives
are they
Matter.
not?
It's not.
Yeah,
They're
Black Lives
books
Matter is
written
one of
by
them.
people that actually did the
Right.
research.
You say the big black lie is another one of them. Whites and blacks and racist Democrats is the one that you cited earlier. You have an
Yeah, it goes
article.
all the way up to when it was published in 2009. Even though
Right.
there's still more racist stuff that the Democrats do. Let's see, when Biden said, if you
Yeah,
don't vote for me, you're
let's
not
just,
black.
can I ask you
Oh,
why,
Biden
if
said a few
somebody,
other
if
things
you're,
too.
just a second, my guy, Mr. Magoo, why would a non-racist side promote changing names of federal buildings and institutions to honor that of Confederate slave owners?
That is to keep the memory of what has happened so you don't repeat it.
Well, if we want to like remember history so we don't repeat
When
it.
you remove it, you want to repeat it.
Give me literally 3 seconds. If we want to remember history and learn about it so we don't repeat it, well, let's keep that in like the museums. Let's keep that in like the history books.
Or in the
Let's
books
keep
you
that
wanna
in
ban.
school, right? Let's not
Yeah, the books that
glorify
are written
those
by the
figures or those
winners.
names by like putting them on like a building of intellectualism, right? I feel like there's very clear guidelines to remember history without glorifying it, and once again, that would be leaving it to the museums, the history books, the textbooks in school, etc. Not glorifying
Yeah.
it by like putting them on like the name
Okay,
of
so
a
you
school.
guys take away stuff from the museums and
Wait,
you
who
change
is you
stuff
guys?
from
You're
books.
taking away stuff from the museums.
No.
Trump just the other day ordered lawyers to investigate the Smithsonian Museum.
Yeah,
History and
Investigating
arts.
is
yeah, and
not
he said,
taking
"Oh, all the
away.
museums
There's a
talk about how
He wants to
slavery is
de-wokeify
bad."
them.
Yeah, he said he wants to de-wokeify the museums because they just talk about how slavery is bad.
That's not what it was about.
Do
You're
you want me to read the
about,
post?
You're alternate to fit your narrative. How's that one?
Let me read the post. I'll happily read the post to you right here because I responded to it on Twitter. It'll just take me 3 seconds to find the original post. Give me a second.
Yeah, to de-wokeify.
Here we go. I found it.
Because
So this is what
everything
what Trump
that
said.
went woke is going broke.
This is what Trump said. Just have a
Cracker
listen.
Barrel bit. Yeah.
Real quick. So Donald Trump said, "The museums throughout Washington, but all over the country, essentially are the last remaining segment of woke. The Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been." Keep in mind, there is one museum
So
in our
sad.
capital. Very good. There's one museum
Yeah,
in our capital
finish reading
that
it,
talks about how bad slavery was. That would be
Finish
the
reading it. Don't
African
just
American
stop where it stops at one
History
spot.
Museum. The singular museum in DC that talks about slavery and how bad it was is the African American
You
History
go to a certain
Museum.
extent and stop. Finish it.
Do you feel like responding
you
to
want
what
me
I
to
just
finish
said?
Finish reading it. Don't go to a certain section that fits your narrative and then stop reading.
So you
The
agree?
whole thing.
Okay,
From front to end.
Fucking hell. Okay.
Front to end, it's a
Front to
tweet.
end.
There is no. Never mind.
That
Okay,
means
I-
beginning to the
I-
end.
I-
of it.
Where did you pick up
What are you,
on? Where did you stop,
dumbasses?
Dean?
I,
Where did you
I
stop?
stopped at the em dash. M dash.
Where is that at? Oh, right here. Nothing about success, nothing about brightness with a capital B, nothing about the future. We are not going to allow that to happen, and I have instructed my attorneys to go through the museums with a capital M and start the exact same process that has been done with colleges and universities where tremendous progress has been made. This country, with a capital C, cannot be woke because woke is broke. We have the hottest country in the world, and we want people to talk about it, including in our museums. Isn't that fabulous? You want
And
to tell me what
where
that means
does-
exactly?
and
So is that
where-
not exactly
and
what we
where
just
does
said?
it say he wants to get rid of things that are about
It
the
says about how bad slavery was and how
yeah, where does
unaccomplished
it
the
say he wants
downtrodden
to
have
get
been.
rid of it? It doesn't say he wants to get
What
rid
does this
of it
infer
anywhere.
then? Why would he mention that then if he doesn't want to affect the discourse on that?
Gee, oh Jesus, it's
Can you
hard.
answer that?
Wait,
What
no.
is he? What is his priorities?
It's
What does he
hard
want
to
to
tell
do
someone
then?
that's
Wait,
so much
Wait,
of
wait,
an
wait.
idiot that they
Wait,
can't
no, he says it
understand
right
shit.
here.
So answer
wait,
that,
wait,
please.
no, I could read you the part where he says he wants to get rid of it. So after he talks about how the Smithsonian discusses how bad slavery was, he then goes on to say we are not going to allow this to happen, and that he's instructed his attorneys to go through the museums, right? So that's where he says that he wants to get rid of it by saying that we're not going to allow this to happen.
No, that's not saying it.
Yes,
So
it
what
is.
does that mean then?
That can
What
be
does that mean?
taken as an implication.
What does that
Okay,
mean?
let me just
Not
ask you
saying.
basically. Would the subjects and categories and exhibits having to do with slavery in any way change as a result of this statement?
Remember, he
Well,
says
let's see, when
they
you
talk
guys
about how
remove
slavery
those
was bad,
things-
and we're not going to allow this to happen. What does that
Right.
statement
So,
mean?
if what
Well,
currently exists,
that could mean that we're not going to let the slavery part continue on in again to this day.
but you say
let's
we
see.
have to. You have to talk
listen,
about
stop
history.
talking.
This
Just listen.
guy's nuts.
No, I'm not nuts. I'm just paying more attention to shit than you guys are. Okay, let's see this.
That's
Why do you-
literally a
why do you
QAnon
why do you
line.
guys
I'm
fighting
just
for
paying
illegal
attention. I'm
immigrants?
tuned in. That's a QAnon
Why are
line.
you guys fighting for illegal
You're
immigrants?
saying that we need to promote the
Why are you
Confederacy.
guys fighting?
Well, you're fighting for the Confederacy real hard, and the last two brain cells left in your skull. But
Yeah.
you're saying that we need to promote the Confederacy
Why
or
are you
recognize it
fighting
for
publicly,
immigrants?
so that we can remember it, but not as it relates to slavery.
Right. Yeah, why shouldn't we remember how
Why
bad
are you
slavery
fighting
was?
for illegal immigrants?
Okay, I will happily talk
How
to
in
about
let me stretch before we pivot, please.
I will happily talk about undocumented immigration into America and my thoughts on Donald Trump's immigration policy
I'm not pivoting.
after
When
we
answer
can
the question,
finish
I'll
the
get to point.
conversation. Wait, this is like the most obvious pivot ever.
It's not a pivot. If you answer the question, I'll get to the statement better. Why are you
That is a
fighting for
pivot.
illegal immigrants?
We were talking about the
Just
concept. We were
answer.
talking about
Just
no,
answer.
We were talking
Just
about
answer.
slavery here.
I'll tell you
whatever,
why.
whatever.
I'll tell you why you're fighting
I'll-
for the illegal immigrants. Because it's easier to exploit an illegal than it is to exploit a legal immigrant.
So then
you're
why-
fighting for them.
So then, my friend-
California even proved it when they had children.
If I fight for the rights of undocumented immigrants because it's easier to exploit them and pay them lower wages, then how come I support mass amnesty, which would be offering them residency or
No.
citizenship to
When
make it harder to
California
exploit
had
them?
Oh
and
my
be able to
God.
garner higher
Undocumented-
wages?
Like this, do you? It's coming against you. Why is it then California?
Why is it then?
Just listen.
Please
goddamn
stop
it. You guys
interrupting.
don't
No,
wanna listen.
please, for the love of
You guys
God,
are the
stop
one interrupting
interrupting.
me. You won't
No.
let me tell. Yes. Why is it that California proved pretty much that they had undocumented and undocumented, unaccompanied minors working in a weed farm next to with a pedophile to pick
Every
weed.
buzzword
Oh,
soup
that
today. Is
mean-
that what you're serving?
Also,
You're just saying words at this point.
Also,
No,
you
that-
can't say that. You can't say that W word on live. I think the
They
context that you said it in won't get flagged
actually-
by TOS. But just to let
they
you know, you
actually
can't say that
proved
word
it.
on live.
It was
Man,
true.
I'm gonna remove you from my live in 10 seconds if you don't let me speak. If you're gonna ask a question, at least allow me to answer. So you asked me, oh, why do you fight for the rights of undocumented immigrants? And then I tried to start answering, and then you interrupted me, and you said,
No,
oh,
you didn't.
there you go, you interrupted again. Just calm down. Just calm down, big bro. Just calm down. We know that you're fighting for your last brain cell and that you're like incoherent as shit. It's insane. I can't even believe that you're real, but you are real. And
Just
here we
spit on
are.
the shit and stop pushing the fucking
Okay.
blah 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 shit.
Now
Why
I'm
are you saying?
blah 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 shit? Now you're on mute. Okay. So then you told me that the reason I and other Democrats fight for the rights of undocumented immigrants is because it's easier to exploit them and we could pay them lower wages. Okay, if that's the case, then how come I support giving undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship when it is their lack of residency and citizenship that allows employers to have a greater ability to exploit them? Oh, wow. Democrats want to make it
That was a
harder
good
for
one.
employers
You
to
changed my
exploit
words to make-
undocumented immigrants?
You changed my words to make it sound different. I didn't say that exactly.
Wait.
Did
I didn't change your words. I gave you my own words
I
as an
said that the
answer to your
Democrats-
question.
I said the Democrats want to exploit them.
Uh,
Fight for
Jaden,
cheaper labor.
I'm ignoring that.
It's a restriction on the live. It's a live restriction. If you have a second
is
account, yeah. Do you have a second account?
Yeah, but I hate it.
yeah, you
should I
guys
come
are
back?
just-
Yeah.
You're Democrat. You see,
Feel free to come back on your second account, Jaden. That one was just a live restriction, so I got to kick you.
you want to exploit children. That's all it is. And
Right.
exploiting doesn't mean for cheaper
Can you
labor.
listen to me? How do I want to exploit kids?
Well, you're fighting for the undocumented. Undocumented
Right,
is
I'm
easier
fighting-
to
I'm fighting-
exploit.
Okay, and why are undocumented immigrants in America easier to exploit in the labor force?
Gee, let's see. You can. They're not documented, so they can't be. Let's see. put through a system to prove that they're doing what they're doing. They're not legal, supposed to be here, so there's no paperwork proving that they're here.
Right.
Is there?
The reason
so that
why,
means it's easier to exploit.
So you're like kind of on track. The reason.
No, I'm 100% on track.
No, not 100. You're kind of there, not all the way there. So the reason why it's easier to exploit undocumented immigrants in the labor force is related to the fact that they're undocumented, but it's more so because they're focused more on their like immediate needs. They don't have the backbone of any like federal social safety nets, so that gives them less bargaining power. They also don't have long-term survivability in the economy since they're undocumented, which gives them less bargaining power. The fact they're undocumented and are subject to deportation can be used as a tool of exploitation by their employer, meaning that they have less bargaining power, so on and so forth. So if we didn't want them to be exploited, what we should do is we should offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship, so then they could claim federal benefits, they could have long-term survivability in the market, they won't be under the threat of deportation, and they'll be able to rely on these public social safety nets, right, if need be. And these facts would prevent these facts would prevent their exploitation. And I support these facts. I support mass amnesty. I support offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship, meaning that I and many other Democrats and liberals and leftists support reducing the exploitation of undocumented immigrants. Right? But if you
I
really,
actually have a question.
Go for it.
As it relates to the exploitation of migrants, particularly in in farmhand work and things like in agriculture, Donald Trump has said as of late that he would not be deporting or detaining people who work in the farms. But is he offering any kind of legal protection for those workers, or just a continuance of that form of exploitation?
I will actually say undocumented immigrants do have the same legal protections as legal immigrants, and he also walked back on that.
I thought so. I'm not surprised.
They don't have the same protection as a documented one.
They do. It's because of
no, they don't.
Under the third
they
section,
do not. Look it up.
The third section of the 14th Amendment guarantees them the same labor protections due to the Equal Protections Clause.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. The equal.
It does not 100%. They have to go through different standards. They have to go through different procedures. They have to pay for their own lawyers and everything. They don't get them given to them.
What are the difference in the labor? What are the difference in the labor protections?
They still have to go through different standards than we do.
What are the difference in the legal labor protections between citizens and undocumented immigrants?
Well, citizens ain't going to be taken advantage of, but there's basically
they're legally taken advantage of.
Differences.
They're legally taken advantage of due to a lack of bargaining power. But they still have to be held to the legal standards of like minimum wage,
no, they don't.
Overtime
not 100%.
pay. So what legal protections?
No paperwork.
I want you to be specific. What legal protections do Americans have that undocumented immigrants do not?
It's called paperwork.
Paperwork, legally speaking, undocumented immigrants. Legally speaking,
are supposed to be here.
Legally speaking, undocumented immigrants have to work via a work permit on an ITIN through a W-2.
Well, let's see. Then explain why those children didn't have a work permit and they were there.
Because
I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's in California.
Because if they were undocumented, then there was likely breaking the law, breaking the legal labor standards, okay? Just because you could give us a scenario of an employer breaking the law does not mean that they don't have those legal protections.
But why should we punish them for that? Why is expediting them out of the country, detaining them, separating them from their families? Why do you think that's an apt punishment for them being exploited?
Well, let's see. If you get arrested with your children, don't they take your child away?
But you're describing the treatment that they've endured.
It's the same thing.
No, it would be like if you found a child working in a factory and you arrest the child.
Yeah.
They're not arresting the child.
In this case, we're deporting the child.
They're not. Yeah,
yes,
well,
we are.
Let's
They're being
see.
held in detention centers.
Just put it like this.
There was a 4-year-old child who soiled their pants because an ICE agent pulled
held in
on them, and then they were held in a detention center for 4 hours without being offered a change of clothes. Don't suggest to me that they aren't arresting children when they are not only arresting children.
That was under Obama.
But this was literally 2 months ago.
And you guys show Obama cages
Pivot,
and say
pivot,
that they're
pivot.
Trump's cages.
Nope, those were 48-hour cages.
Nope.
Those were 48-hour
Oh my
processing
God.
centers.
Oh.
Those were Obama's. That was fact
Bro,
checked before.
do you want to
No,
do you want to
it
stick
was
on
fact checked.
Can we stick on like
lying
one
like-
topic at a
You're
time?
lying like a rug.
He's got the comprehension of a billiard ball.
Yeah. You know what? I want to. Hey, so you care about the exploitation of children? How do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump
He's I'm
is?
brighter than you guys because you guys are as bright as a broken light
my
bulb.
God.
How do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump has sexually exploited children and adults by perving on them in their changing rooms unconsensually?
Well, let's see. During his time, they were 17 at the youngest, and and 28 at the oldest. So they weren't young, and he was probably, if
17.
I guess right, he was in his 20s, maybe 30s. And yes,
He
I
was
looked
not in his
it up.
20s.
20s to 30s, I said.
No,
so
this was in the
get the full thing
1990s.
out there.
He was born in the 40s.
Listen, let's just go ahead and play this clip and then get his reaction. Here's Trump on Howard Stern's radio show in April of 2005, talking about how he likes to sexually exploit women and teen girls.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The rage one. That was
No, I
rage.
mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to
right.
make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Women, not children. Women. You're saying women are. He said women, not children. Ain't that weird?
In the context, we know
And of course,
they're
that was a
underage.
rage bait type thing back then too. They rage baited people on.
So that excuses him walking in on minors?
Didn't you tell us that he did this
There's
to
nothing
minors?
saying about minors. It was a rage bait thing that they did.
So point number one, we've had like 7 of the minors that were competing in Miss Teen USA come forward and say that he did exactly what he described in this clip to them.
There was no description of minors. He said women.
Okay.
Women mean adult.
We have had people that were minors at Miss Teen USA come forward and say that this happened to them. He owned the Miss
And
Teen
let's
USA
see, they
pageant.
also rebunked their statement because of other reasons.
No,
So
none
no,
of
they
these
didn't.
women rebuffed.
Yes,
their
they did.
statements.
If this is your standard, would you say that any person that revokes a statement is therefore lying?
Also, none of them revoked their statements.
If you weren't charged with it, what are you going to say? Is it true? Is it false?
I don't know. I mean, you guys seem
I'm
to think
saying
that
I'm
Biden
standing
is
on
a
the
criminal
fucking line
mastermind.
there.
We could
I'm
definitely
saying I'm
believe it's.
standing on the line.
We could definitely
There's
believe
no
that it's
proof
true if
that
he
that
admitted
really
to it.
happened.
You just heard him admit to it.
No, I didn't admit to it. I said I'd stand on the line if it was true.
No, you heard him.
Jesus,
admit
you
to it
guys
in
don't
that clip.
listen worth shit.
I said you
You
heard.
put
Trump.
words in
annoying.
people's mouth and then you fucking lie.
Bro, this guy's outrageous. 1 second. Camp, thank you for another $20 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love, Camp. Let's get 200 Camp W's. As well as Lakin, thank you for the $20. 1
Ask
second.
you, aren't you?
Then Lakin with the $20 as well, saying 1 week until you could legally take the edge off after the repeated arguments every day. Love you, dude. You're right. 7 days left until the birthday. Thank you, Lakin and Camp. As well as Scuttlebutt with a motorcycle on TikTok. Thank you, Scuttlebutt. As well as Christopher with the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that. Show some love to Christopher down below, as well as Gordana. Thank you for the $15. Sorry, not Gordana. Astro, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. Astro says, Astro again here. The best part of this debate is that it's making me feel a lot smarter. This guy would make would make a
Even a
toddler
federal
feel
judge
smarter.
implied that
All right,
Democrats
stop
are
talking,
significantly dumber than
Annalise, thank you for the
It's not
$10
legal
over.
precedent.
You know what the legal
federal
precedent is that
Democrats are
the legal precedent is that Democrats are less smart than Republicans.
New rules, you stink.
It's really funny. Annalise,
federal
thank you.
judge
Bro, can I
implied
finish
Democrats
thanking my
are
A judge
donors?
said so.
I just let me finish thanking my donors. I only have a couple more. Please
Yeah,
just allow
you
me
guys
to
are
finish.
dumber than a Republican and you prove it every second. And then the dumb people
Stop talking.
Dude, just stop
Please stop
talking
talking.
for 30 seconds. Do you have like an off
think
button?
that you're smart.
Dude, hit the off button. Just for like 30 seconds, just hit the off button. Just calm down. Okay. Justin, thank you for the $13 over on Venmo saying PMD dispersed DNC payment processed on behalf of DNC chairman Ken Martin. Yo, let's go. We got the 13 bucks from the
paid by
DNC.
ActBlue.
Yeah, I am getting paid by the DNC. I actually just got $12 from them. Could you say thank you, DNC?
Can you admit that Biden said that they have elaborated the most extensive
Susan,
and
appreciate
inclusive...
you for that galaxy. Almost done. Noah, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying shut him down. Appreciate you for that. Love, Noah. Sophie with the $10 saying I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Yeah, we're going to move on pretty soon. I'm not going to lie. I'm getting pretty tired too. As well as Kimber with the $5.
Prove that you're fascist. Prove that you're still Marxist. Prove that you hate America. Like, oh, wait a minute. You guys
Marxism
already
and
did that.
fascism are diametrically opposed.
You guys already chanted that you hate America.
Yes. Your point?
Then why are you guys saying that it's Republicans that hate America when you guys chant it?
I don't
If you
hate
chant
America.
it, you can't love it.
Because we support free speech.
No, you support someone that can't be a constitutional president.
No.
Wait, Donald.
Yes.
Wait. Donald
Okay,
Trump.
then
Donald Trump is a threat to
what?
the. Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution. On day one, he signed Executive Order Number 14160 into law that explicitly contradicted the birthright citizenship section under the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, do you know what that birthright citizenship is for?
Yeah, well, specifically, when you're asking who it's for, are you asking for like the arbiters that like
Just
ratified
answer.
it into law in 1865?
Go ahead.
Well, I just need to know the additional context. Are you talking about like the framers' intention?
The initial context.
Yeah, the initial context was to offer birthright citizenship to immigrants born on American soil and black individuals
Nope.
born on American soil after the Dred Scott decision.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes.
It was.
Yes,
It was for, no, just listen. It was for the children of the ex-slaves.
That was one of the two main
'Cause
intentions.
the other ones would be.
That was one of the two main intentions. However, literally, you could read the congressional debate records from its ratification in 1865. You could hear a Republican senator oppose the idea that it
other
should
ones
be
are
for
anchor
immigrants, and then everybody else agrees that it
Jesus
should be for
Christ.
immigrants. Like, you could read the congressional debate records and prove yourself wrong. Also, are you a birthright citizen?
Anchor babies are not the same. I'm in.
Come on, don't dehumanize literal.
Quit being
fucking
racist.
babies. Like, don't dehumanize literal babies.
I'm a natural born citizen according to the Constitution.
Wait, why?
Natural.
Wait.
What?
Do you have birthright citizenship?
According to what amendment?
Wait,
Listen,
just real quick.
listen,
I just want a yes or no.
listen.
I just want a yes or no. Do you have birthright citizenship?
I am a natural born citizen. Now,
According to what?
To the Constitution,
You're a
and
natural born
English
citizen according to
words.
what? According to what amendment of the Constitution are you a natural born citizen?
Old English word, natural,
No.
meaning inherent.
According to what
That's
section
what
of
it
the
meant.
Constitution?
Look it up. That's what it meant
Bro.
back then, because it's Old English.
What section of the
Inherent,
Constitution makes
meaning
you an
one
inherent
or both
citizen?
of your parents born in the United States. Learn Old English, and you'll find out that the Constitution was written in it too.
Can you please tell me?
You fucking morons.
Can you please tell me what amendment of the Constitution guarantees you inherent citizenship?
Jesus, both of my parents were born in this country.
That's not the question I
for
asked you.
decades.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you what part of the Constitution guarantees you inherent citizenship.
The word natural.
In what part?
Where's that
amendment?
protected?
Old
Where is it
English
protected?
definition of
Not.
natural
We're talking about
means-
legal
No.
definitions.
Listen.
Bro.
You can't change.
We've
the old
done nothing but
definition.
listen to you.
Jeez, no, you didn't, because you keep interrupting. Old English
Because you're
definition
wrong.
of natural. Yeah, see, you interrupt again. Old English definition of natural means inherent.
Dude.
Look it up.
Okay,
Look
thank you
it
for
up.
telling us what the old
You guys are
English...
fucking dumb.
Give me 30 seconds.
You are dumber than. Yeah, and you can't change it to the
Oh my
modern
God.
version.
Hey,
Change it
The
to
modern version. It's
Hey.
almost 200 years old.
just listen.
Yes, and it was written that way for a reason.
Bro,
Jesus Christ.
Bro, just listen.
Yeah,
Just
because you're
listen.
dumb.
Just listen, man. Okay. What amendment of the American Constitution gives you natural born citizenship?
Jesus, the part that says natural born.
And what part is that?
Where does that say that? That's the part that says that's the way to become a president, which means I can become a president because, yes.
Oh my God, I kicked him. I'm sorry, I can't do that
Oh,
anymore.
no, I'm fine with that.
Jaden, I appreciate you so much for joining me. Thank you for coming up and talking to that nut with me. I hope that you have a great rest of your day, and I'm sorry that, you and me both just like cortisol maxed for the last hour or so.
Oh, that's quite all right. Did I hear correctly it's your birthday coming up? Is that right?
Yeah, I got 7 days until the big day.
Well,
21st, too.
shucks. What are you going to be, 21?
Oh yeah, so it's a big
22?
one. No, 21.
Oh, it
It'll
sounds
be
like a big one. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you enjoy yourself. If I don't see you by then, happy birthday. So thanks for having me up. Take care. I'd love to come back sometime.
Yeah, for sure, man. If there's any more nuts that come up that you'd like to talk to, feel free to hop in that queue, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You too. Take care.
Take care, Jaden. We're going to go and move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. I'll happily get you pulled up here. Just make sure that you're following the rules. Guys, we've only been live for an hour, and I'm already over it. Show some love to Jaden down below in that chat, everybody. And May, thank you for the motorcycle. What's going on? Are you MAGA?
I just want to answer that guy's.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I mean, you could call me that if you wanted to.
Okay,
but
all right. So why do you support Trump?
I mean, I'm not answering that question. I'm just referring back to what.
All right, then I'm going to move on to the next guest here. Just guys, give us a minute so we can get that next guest loaded up in the box. Hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. Hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. Everyone, just give us a minute so we can get that next guest connected right now. Quite frankly, let's go and get that next guest connected right now. Go and put a MAGA with your rage down below in that comment section. Go and put a MAGA with your rage down below in that comment section. Let's go and move on to the next guest, guys. Here we go. Also, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. And if you're watching and you would like to support me, you could find my Venmo as well as my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over there. And you could get a shout out as you'll get a notification at the top of this phone where you could read your name in any and all attached messages. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you?
I am 36.
Okay, bro. You know what? Take it away. Why the hell do you support this wannabe dictator?
I'll be honest, I started supporting Trump when he set up the...
Whoa. What time is it?
It's 4:45. I'm in Lexington, Kentucky.
Kentucky. What is one state that borders Kentucky?
Tennessee.
Okay. Name 2 other cities in Kentucky.
Why am I getting like a roast in here about Kentucky? Can you not just listen to me?
Well, I want to make sure that you're not lying because you have a very strong
I'm not
British
lying.
accent.
I live in Kentucky.
Well, that's why we're doing the
I
fact
was
check.
born in the UK.
That's
Manchester.
why we're doing a fact check. So, what are 2 other cities in Kentucky?
I don't know.
Yeah, get out of here. Skedaddle. Not even the Google could solve it for him. We're going to move on to the next guest. Pearly, hop in that queue of your MAGA. We'll happily get you up here. Holy crap. As well as, hey, real quick, Kennedy, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo.
Hey, little cute nigger, and I want
What
that
the
big BC
fuck?
down your
Banned.
throat. How do you?
Banned. It was really quickly banned. Moving on to Kyle. Once again, Kennedy with $1 says, I think I lost brain cells listening to him. Yeah, that last guess was insane. As well as Sarah with the $10 saying this guy has not understood a single sentence said to him. Genuinely, how has he survived 50 years? So real. What's going on, man? Just give me a second. And then Devin with the $10 saying this guy's the definition of the Trump cult mentality. Literally. But Sarah and Devin, I appreciate both of you guys for the $10. You guys are awesome. Show some love to Sarah and Devin down below, everybody. As well as Charles with a $1 of Venmo. Hey, welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
And how old are you? Why are you taking 8 years to answer?
I'm 44.
You're 44? Okay, man. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
What's that, sir?
Why do you support Trump?
I think I got a lag going on here, Dean.
All right, man. Just come up later when you're not lagging. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Give us a minute so we can get that next Trump supporter connected into the live, guys. Just make sure if you are in that queue that you're following the simple rules. American adult, got to be at least 18, and MAGA. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded in to the live stream right now. We got Bobby Green connecting. What's up, Bobby? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Why is that?
Well, for one, I don't agree with providing like mass pathways to citizenships to a bunch of, random immigrants.
You should.
Why?
Because it benefits our country. Not only does it increase real median wages by giving 5% of our labor force significantly more bargaining power, it will also expedite GDP growth since then they'll make more and spend more in the economy. It'll also expedite the growth of government revenue since they'll be more incentivized to work over the table since they could claim federal benefits and claim a tax return. I just only really see upsides.
So you maybe will see that on paper, but I feel like in real life, how things work out, not always how they look on paper. Like if we could look at a parallel, like in France, right? We're not the only country facing issues with immigration. Let's say that. So in countries like France, which is a westernized country, just like the U.S., they're facing a lot of issues. One of the issues that they're facing is trying to immigrate. Excuse me,
How
not
about we
immigrate,
talk about
but
America? Like, man, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know anything about France. I don't know what their immigration policy is. I don't know if they're advocating for mass amnesty. I don't know any of the facts about France. I know all the facts about America, though, so I'd really appreciate if we could stick on base. I told you all the ways that I think mass amnesty would be good for the country, and why do you think it'd be bad for the country?
do you know why I make a parallel to France?
No, I don't.
Because it's worth it to look at other countries doing the same thing as
How do
us.
you know that they're doing the same thing as us?
Because I actually looked it up.
Okay, what is their immigration policy?
Again, they're trying to provide a pathway to citizenship, or they're trying to integrate these immigrants into their country.
Really, how?
And yeah, and
How?
so
How?
what's
Like,
happening?
what is their policy? Specifically, what is their policy?
Like their process?
Yes. Like, very specifically, what is their process? What is their policy? And how are they doing it?
They have something similar to us, where they're essentially like letting them come in as like refugees or seeking asylum or something like that.
Okay, well, now we're no longer talking about mass amnesty. Mass amnesty would be for undocumented immigrants. Refugees and asylum seekers are legal immigrants. So you're already off base, so I suggest that we should just stick on topic with the U.S. since you've already pointed out differences. I'm going to ask you once again to detail either why you think I'm wrong insofar as what the positive outcomes of mass amnesty would be, or just clarify what the negative outcomes of mass amnesty would be.
Again, well, since you won't let me really use my example, I guess because you're not knowledgeable enough about France.
I mean, you actually
but
already told me that you're not knowledgeable about France because you pointed out something that has nothing to do with mass amnesty as it would relate to legal immigrants, not undocumented immigrants.
yeah, I wasn't allowed to finish. I feel like because you can't pivot it to your side, you just wouldn't let me finish it. But fine, all right. Let's say again, this one of the whole reason I brought up France is because on paper something looks a certain way. In real life, it doesn't actually turn out that way.
Well, so then give an
So
argument for it.
so what I'm saying is, in real life, like the money that it's going to take, the money and resources that it's going to take to just give everybody citizenship, right? Especially undocumented people that haven't, waited their turn in line or whatever. It's going to be something that's going to come out of taxpayers' money. Obviously, it's going to be me and you and whoever else paying for it. I assume you're okay with it. We're going to have a difference of opinion there. I don't think it's okay.
Well,
I think that there's going to be a lot of people. Well, hold on.
I'm not
I
interrupting.
think.
I'm literally just raising my hand. You could finish.
Okay. So essentially, I think there's going to be a lot of people who are going to end up relying on those benefits, just like in other countries. And then once the government cuts them off because hey, we can only give you so much, they're going to end up having to resort to other ways to provide for themselves. So you see a lot of actual like examples of that in like New York, New Jersey, and stuff like that, where you see like immigrants just flooding the streets. I went up there a couple of years ago to Chicago and saw immigrants everywhere, mostly like Venezuelan and people like that, in which I have nothing against those people. It's just that like they come here, they get like a hotel or something like that, right? The government goes like, hey, well, it's been a little while, so let's go ahead and move you guys out of here. We got more people coming in. And so
It's turning into a yep now.
okay, but they're not able to provide for themselves. And so what they're doing is they're trying to sell things, you know what I'm saying, like kind of peddle things like candy or whatever.
Okay, it's definitely a yap now, man.
All right, that was it. Go ahead and respond to it. You're good.
Yeah, so for point number one, you said that you want to support the cost of mass amnesty, which would be the expense to the taxpayer of offering undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship. Well, then you definitely want to support the cost of mass deportation. Why? Because it costs more and generates less. Okay? Mass amnesty would cost less because it's something that undocumented immigrants would be willing to cooperate with, not something we'd have to spend $200 billion on hiring 50,000 new ICE agents every 3 months to capture these people. They would want it, so they would come to it. Second of all, it would actually generate an ROI for the country since they'd be able to make more, they'd spend more, GDP growth would go up, and government revenue would go up compared to mass deportation, which would make us make less. It would fire 8.3 million of our workers and kick out 11 million of our consumers, which according to the American Immigration Council would reduce our GDP by an expected 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion. So once again, the main takeaway from my point here is that if you don't support spending less to make more on mass amnesty, then why do you support spending more to lose more on mass deportation? And we'll start there.
do you think it'll cost more money to integrate them to the system, which would take probably several years, if not maybe a decade or so, versus spending one chunk to get them out?
So it would cost less and make us more.
Cost less
Yeah.
to integrate them to the system
To offer
rather
them a
than
pathway to
spend
residency or citizenship compared to mass deportation, yeah.
rather than spend that one little bit of money, not a little bit, but spend that one lump sum of money to get them out.
You're equivocating because you could look at it as like one lump sum of money to do mass deportation, the same way you could look at it as one lump sum of money to do mass amnesty.
Okay, but the cost of it over, I guess, over a certain amount of time, I would say, like, if you said, I'm going to spend $11,000 to get one thing done versus spending $12,000 or $13,000 and it costing a lot more time, like let's say it took years to do it, I would say I'd rather go ahead and just spend that $11,000.
Mass amnesty would take less time. Mass deportation would take more time.
How would that take less time?
Because we have 11 million undocumented immigrants in our country. Under mass deportation, they don't want it. They run away from it. They try to prevent it. Under mass amnesty, they do want it. They'd run to it and they'd cooperate with it. Obviously, if you're trying to do something with a very large demographic of individuals, the scenario in which they are cooperative and want it is going to take less time than the scenario in which they are uncooperative and don't want it.
And I think you're also just thinking of the amount of people that, or not the amount, the demographic of those undocumented immigrants or illegal immigrants, whatever you want to call them. You're thinking about the population that want to go through the system correctly. You're not thinking about all the people who are not going to, even with the amnesty, they're not going to do it correctly.
Yeah,
People
the individuals under amnesty that wouldn't want the amnesty would be those that wouldn't qualify for it, such as individuals with prior violent offenses, outstanding arrest warrants from other countries, pretty insane nonviolent criminal offenses, gang members, literal terrorists, etc. However, that's going to be a significantly small proportion of the overall populace of undocumented immigrants, meaning that we would direct the focus of an agency such as ICE to benevolently find and remove maybe 50,000 people compared to all 11 million undocumented immigrants as a whole. And even in that scenario, it would cost significantly less since they'd be able to dedicate more of their resources towards a smaller group of people compared to being so spread out and trying to find and deport 11 million people. Right? We wouldn't be having to fund an additional $150 billion to hire all of these new judges and hire all these new ICE agents because we're trying to deport 11 million people. In fact, with the resources that we had under the Biden-Harris administration before the new funding under Trump, we very easily could have continued to deport individuals that just simply possess prior violent offenses and so on.
So how are you going to exactly verify all that? How do you know those people are who they say they are? How do you know they don't have the violent offenses?
Through a vetting process.
Through a vetting process. That doesn't cost money?
It does cost money.
So
right? Because you understand that we also have to do a vetting process on undocumented immigrants that we want to deport because we have to determine that they're actually undocumented immigrants.
But then in addition to that, you have to help them learn English. You have to integrate them into society.
Okay. First and foremost, you don't have to learn English in order to be an American citizen. And second of all, for those that would want to learn English, if they don't already know it, that would not be a public expense. That'd be a private expense. And if it would be a public expense, it'd be through public schools, which already teach language.
Again, that's taxpayer money and benefits that are allocated to citizens. And you don't think it'll be easier to learn English and live in this country rather than whatever other language, like speaking Mandarin or something like that?
Now, why are you shifting the goalposts? Now you're asking me if it would be easier for individuals to know how to speak English to be in America. This is a complete shift of the goalpost away from your claim that the government would have to pay for them to learn English. And that's the one that I disputed because, once again, we're talking about the economic impact of these facts. And seemingly, you just can't respond to the facts that I'm giving you. So every time I give you an argument that you can't compete, you just then move on. So let's go ahead and go back to the top because you're abstracting this out so much. Your first point is that you don't support mass amnesty because you think it would cost more, right? I corrected you. I detailed that it would cost less because there'd be less resistance and more cooperation, as well as I told you that it would have a positive ROI insofar as return on investment because of expedited GDP growth and expedited government revenue. And we already know that they as a demographic are productive providers, so they'd just simply be productively providing to a higher degree. So it'd cost less and make us more compared to mass deportation, which will cost more and make us less by reducing our GDP by nearly $2 trillion per year, by costing $2 trillion over the course of 10 years for the cost of ICE building the detention centers, as well as the opportunity cost of the government revenue.
You say it'll cost less by decreasing whose GDP by $2 million a year?
No, that has nothing to do with the costs. That's going to be the benefit. right? So the benefit of mass amnesty would be increased GDP growth, increase government revenue, and increase real medium wages. And then the negative impact of mass deportation would be decreased GDP growth, decreased government revenue, and decreased real median wages.
You don't think it'll increase our GDP if we maybe allocate social program money like that to like getting people in America jobs that don't have jobs?
Well, now you're just advocating for a system that fundamentally has nothing to do with immigration policies. So now I'm really confused. Now you're just saying, should we allocate more funding towards social safety nets and which help people get jobs? Sure, okay, that's a good idea. We could do that if we did a mass deportation, or we could do that if we did mass amnesty. That is like fundamentally economic policy that has nothing to do with immigration reform.
I guess what I'm saying is a finite amount of money and resources, and to allocate it towards non-citizens, I feel like would not be a great thing for the American citizens who vote these people into power, primarily to protect them.
So then once again, now you're just going back down to the basis of saying that we shouldn't be spending money on undocumented immigrants. You understand that once again, my argument is that we're spending more money on undocumented immigrants if we do a mass deportation. Why are you so confused on that point?
I'm not confused on that point.
Okay, well, if you're not confused on the point that we'd spend more on mass deportation, and you still do truly believe that we shouldn't spend any money on undocumented immigrants, then this would imply that you wouldn't support mass deportation since we'd be spending more on it.
I never said that. You're twisting my words. I never said we shouldn't spend any money. I agree with spending enough money to get them out of the country and to have them come here legally.
So you want to spend more money than less money? Why?
I don't think it'll end up being more money. Where are you getting this less money from to integrate them?
Yeah, for sure, because they'd be more cooperative with the plan. We have 11 million people that we need to do something.
How do you know that?
How do I know that they'd be more cooperative? How do I know that they'd be more cooperative of a plan that would benefit them, give them higher wages, give them the ability to claim social safety nets, give them the ability to file a tax return, give them the ability to not be removed from the country, give them the ability to not be taken out of their family, give them the ability to get a driver's license, give them the ability to be a professional CDL driver, give them the ability to qualify for more state benefits, give them the ability to buy a house with a loan through a bank, give them the ability to open a bank account, give them the ability to be able to rent any property given that they have a high enough credit score, give them the ability to have a credit score, give them the ability to have a social safety, not a social safety, a social security number, right? Obviously they're going to want this. That's why they're here in the first place.
You can't hinge your entire argument on obviously or if and then. You can't say if we do this, then they'll do this.
For sure. Then I'll give you a further reduction of the argument, since you're attempting to be like a very dense, hard-headed individual that wants to play stupid for whatever reason. So apart from just saying obviously they would want a better life than a worse life, which you're rejecting for some reason. Well, they came into America in the first place for a better life, meaning that they'd be incentivized to have a better life. And if they were willing to illegally enter this country under threat of being deported illegally to Sikat and to be tortured and beaten like Abrigo Garcia, if they were willing to walk across the desert, if they were willing to make a trek on foot all the way from South America, then obviously they'd be willing to go down to a local government area, a building wherever they live, to claim residency or citizenship and experience even more positive consequences than being in the country on its own.
There's lots of reasons why people are willing to do that, and not all of them are because they want to have a nice house with a picket fence and American dream. Some people know that they can sell drugs easier through America.
Say DRUGS.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Okay. So can I say substances?
No, just say DRUGS. Spell it out. Right, okay. And we've already went over this point too. We're repeating the debate. Now you're going to go on to talk about the small portion of undocumented immigrants that are here for like non-benevolent, like evil criminal purposes. Okay, well, before I repeat my argument to you about that, do you accept that vast majority of them aren't? And for the vast majority of them that aren't, mass amnesty would be more cost efficient than mass deportation.
I think that I have no idea of knowing whether or not it's a majority,
so
but those
stupid.
No, my point is not stupid. I see a lot of the exact opposite happening.
Do a vast majority of American citizens commit like all of these crimes, and are they here for evil purposes?
There's more American citizens than there are non-American citizens.
We're talking about like percentage and majorities, which does not concern the overall size of the sample, but is more so a reflection of the sample in of itself. Are a majority of citizens, because you don't understand statistics, because you don't understand statistics.
The population size of the statistics is larger. What are you talking about?
Okay, and out of that population of citizens, are a majority of them here for like bad purposes to commit crimes and be evil?
Illegal? I'm talking about illegal.
I know, and I'm talking about citizens. Answer my question. Are majority of citizens hardened criminals? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, all right. If a majority of citizens are not hardened criminals, and we know that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, accounting for population size, and 3 times less likely to commit all other crimes, including theft crimes, property crimes, and petty crimes, then if a vast majority of citizens aren't hardened criminals, then even a larger and more vast majority of undocumented immigrants are not hardened criminals.
So, do you ever take into account of how much time it would take for people to come to the country and actually get caught? How many undocumented crimes go unseen?
Give me any reason to believe that if an undocumented immigrant commits a crime, they're more likely to get away with it than a citizen.
What do you mean? They don't have an ID. They hide. They don't have any place of residency. They don't have any paperwork saying, hey, I live here. They can just disappear. There's people who live here with actual documentation who
So this isn't true.
murder people.
So now you're just
and they go
equivocating on
unseen.
what the term undocumented means. Undocumented immigrant doesn't mean that you're a person with literally no documentation that lives off the grid. Undocumented immigrant just simply means that you're not here with proper documentation in relation to your residency status or citizenship status.
And so, are they not all under the umbrella of undocumented? Are there not both kinds of people under the umbrella of undocumented?
Yeah, but like undocumented immigrants, like an undocumented immigrant can possess an ITIN. An undocumented immigrant can sign up for a
They
job to
can,
work in a
but
W-2 and
but
provide
they
their
don't
address. An undocumented immigrant can possess like many forms of identification. In some states, an undocumented immigrant can even get like a limited driver's license. If an undocumented immigrant wants to qualify for like any state system that they benefit from, such as Medicaid in California, then it is the case that they'd be documented through that system. And like once again, for these reasons and more, if you want to posit the claim that undocumented immigrants are more likely to commit crimes than citizens, but you know, even though the facts say differently, then I just simply ask you for resources to demonstrate this point to be true, not just your words. I'm willing
Well,
to
first
trust
of all,
PNAS that has been tracking crime statistics since the 19th century that has come to the consistent conclusion that undocumented immigrants are significantly less likely to commit these crimes over your words. And because of that, if you want to prove your words to me and everybody else watching the live, then please go find me a type of research study in which would demonstrate that there's really good reason to believe that they're more likely to commit crimes, even though that's not reflected within the statistics.
okay, first of all, as soon as you enter the country illegally, you're already committing a crime.
And this whole
First,
time we've been talking about crimes committed in the country.
okay, you're in the country as you enter the country illegally.
So now you're just
yeah,
playing sophist. I thought that we were talking
no, I'm
about.
not.
Yeah, because I thought that we were talking about mass amnesty, and then you started bringing up individuals that like sell DRUGS are here for like evil purposes, not here for a better life. Obviously, a following
part of the
conversation
concern.
about a disposition towards committing crimes and crimes committed inside of the country would be ruling out the crime of undocumented entry.
You can't rule things out. What are you talking about? That's most of the concern.
Okay, so then what have we been
That's
talking
most
about
of
this
the
whole time? Like, just literally listen to what I'm saying. What have we been talking about this whole conversation about undocumented immigrants and their disposition towards crime? We were referencing if they would accept mass amnesty because, they're here for a better life, or if they would not want mass amnesty since they've been committing all these violent crimes once they're already in the country. Obviously, a system of mass amnesty would allow and kind of disregard the misdemeanor of undocumented entry on its own. That is one specific crime in which would be irrelevant for incentives for or against if an undocumented immigrant would or would not accept mass amnesty. And we'd be looking at like other secondary crimes, such as violent crimes committed inside of the country that may disqualify them, or like non-violent and insidious crimes that they committed inside of the country that would disqualify them, or standing warrants from the other country. But obviously, the misdemeanor of undocumented entry on its own would bear no relevance for or against if an undocumented immigrant would or would not accept mass amnesty.
Okay, so along with the illegal entrance into the country, all those, okay, let's set up a scenario. Me and you are doing all types of misdemeanor level crimes, right? Eventually, we do enough of them, we get a felony or whatever, so on and so forth. They get some sort of like amnesty. They get some sort of like help through that system, or they get ignored. So for one thing, I think that's a representation of giving them the benefit of the doubt when our own people are not getting that. I don't agree with that. Why are they getting the benefit of the doubt and how? That's all funded through the government. I think that
literally nobody has a single clue what you're fucking saying right now.
because, dude, do you even go out into the world? Do you even know any illegal immigrants?
I'm actually not going to answer that question. I wouldn't want to put them in harm's
Okay,
way.
I'll tell you that I do. I personally do. I know a lot,
Okay.
actually.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so you, so
Most
you
of
just
them
like
Mexican.
so you said a bunch of fucking gibberish, and then I told
No,
you
I
that you said
didn't.
gibberish, and then you just ignored the gibberish, and now you're trying to bring up a new point. Okay, all right. Well, let's go back to the basis of the claim here. You said something that I think is wrong. You said if a citizen commits a crime, they're held accountable, and it's ignored for undocumented immigrants. Right now, you and every other American that supports Trump is ignoring the fact that he's a 34-count felon. You're ignoring the fact that he was held civilly liable for rape. You're ignoring the fact that on day one, he pardoned 1,600 people that had committed crimes and violent crimes at our country's capital on January 6th and labeled them as patriots, including violent felons that try to kill cops like DJ Rodriguez. You're ignoring the fact that on day one, he signed an executive order into law that was illegal as it explicitly contradicted the 14th Amendment. You're ignoring the fact that earlier today he signed a new executive order into law that is illegal as it explicitly contradicts the First Amendment by putting people in jail for a year that burn the American flag, even though Texas v. Johnson ruled in 1989 that that was a constitutionally protected behavior. You're ignoring the fact that he defunded kids at Trump University. You're ignoring the fact that he's been found guilty in fraud cases across our country since the 80s. You're ignoring the fact that in the 80s, you're ignoring the fact that in the 80s, the New York State Justice Department found him guilty of harboring Russian mafia members at the Trump estates. You're ignoring the fact that in the 1970s, the New York State Justice Department pursued litigation against him for specifically not renting to black individuals. You're ignoring all the crimes that this criminal has committed all throughout his life, but then you support this criminal turning around and ruining people's lives and our country over a single misdemeanor. So if there's anybody that's getting the benefit of the doubt here, it is definitely not the undocumented immigrants.
So yeah, I definitely feel as though you just brought up a whole bunch of like talking points that you always bring up. I've seen your debates before. For one thing, civilly liable isn't a criminal conviction.
So give me a good reason why you believe criminal convictions but not claims of civil liability.
Because, okay, if I say something like charge you with something, right? Does that mean you did it? Does that mean that someone who makes a claim against you is correct? You can have a civil court.
Being found guilty of
process.
something inside of a civil court is not being charged with a crime. It's being found guilty of a civil offense. You're already off to a bad start. You know nothing about what you're talking about.
Dude, what are you talking about? You don't know
what am I talking about? I'll make myself even clearer, and I'll make sure I.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I'll make myself more clear, and I'll slow down as I repeat myself. So I asked you why you believe criminal courts, but you don't believe civil courts. Then you went on to say just because you're charged with a crime doesn't mean that you're guilty of it. Somehow tangentially related to why you don't believe civil courts. So then I corrected you. One moment. Don't pivot, buddy. So then I corrected you by explaining that being charged with a crime is different than being found guilty of a civil offense inside of a civil court, and there's absolutely no relation between being charged criminally for X and being held liable civilly for X. So you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You're just saying words, blabbling Bobby.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, man. I gotta go. I'm at work, man. I appreciate you for having me up here. I'll come back later.
Have a good rest of your day, Bobby. Let's go to move on to that next guest. Mark, I appreciate you so much for that galaxy. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump. I'll happily get you up here to have a conversation. Real quick, Bell, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo saying, hey, Dean, I'm a senior at CU Boulder in poli-sci journalism. I would be honored to interview you for my capstone on media. I'll be up there on the 1st. Maybe I'll be able to set something up with you. Naughty with the $10 saying, hey, Dean, all this dude has is one like Google search on Reagan's amnesty, and over time there's been a positive impact. Yup. Sarah with the $10. Thank you, Sarah, saying my son is about to turn 1. Hopefully you're on the presidential ballot when he gets to vote. I don't know, maybe, but that's a very kind sentiment. Thank you so much, Sarah. Let's go ahead and get that next Trump supporter connected into the live stream. Hop in that queue if you support Trump, and we'll pull you up here. Real American News was just blabbling on about how I was getting cooked. So let's go and get him up here real quick. I have a question. That last guest was, pressing me and I was getting cooked. How come he left?
Well, it sounded like he said he had to go to work.
Well, I know. So you just cooked me, then left real quick? I have a question. What specific point did he cook me on?
Well, I mean, you said there's practically no difference in civil liability and criminal.
How much do you want to bet on that?
How much do I want to bet on what?
That I said that. $50, $100?
No, I said you practically. Do you know what that word means? Do you know the definition of practical?
No, you said that I practically, or you said that there was no difference.
Yeah, there you
between
go.
these two things.
That's what I said.
I did not say that there's practically no difference between civil and criminal courts.
Okay, but your verbiage and your actions were showing that you practically are insinuating that there is no difference
Really?
and that the
What words did I
evidence
use that
needed is not.
insinuated this?
So what is the difference?
No.
Can you
none-
explain this to
oh,
your
why,
audience?
Why are you not answering
'Cause
my
I
question?
can.
What words did I say
What?
that insinuated that I think there's practically no difference between civil and criminal
Okay, you were
courts?
asking the guest what would be like his reason for not believing a civil case over a criminal case. Now, can I tell you
So
why?
wait. So you think me
Okay,
asking
go
the
ahead.
guest why he believes criminal courts but not civil courts is me insinuating that there's no difference between them? How
No,
so?
I think because I've
Wait,
seen you
no?
debate this topic.
Wait.
that
So you
try
just
to
said no.
insinuate
So you
there's
just
no
said so you
difference.
just said no. That statement does not insinuate that there's no difference. So then why did you say that that statement insinuated a difference when I asked you what statement did I make that insinuated a difference? So we'll go back to the drawing board. What did I said that insinuated that there's practically no difference between civil and criminal courts?
Well, I'd ask you to share the difference then.
Oh, I don't know why you won't answer my question. Sounds like you know that you're wrong. It sounds like you know that you cannot reiterate anything that I said that would instantiate that there's practically no difference between the courts. Sounds like you're
Are you
just rage
saying that
baiting.
you were not saying that?
Yeah, I am saying
Just
that I
say
wasn't
that for the
saying that.
live. Okay, so you're saying that there's a major difference.
I'm saying that there's differences between civil and criminal courts, just like there's differences between blue shoes and red shoes. So now, once again, what specifically did I say that indicated that there was no difference?
I guess that's how I took it.
So what did I
And
say that
probably
made you
how
take it
many
that way?
people took it.
What did I say
Probably
that made
how
you take it that
everybody
way?
else took it.
So what did I say that made you and everybody else take it that way?
The same reason that you argue it every single time.
So what did I
Dean.
say? What did I say that made you take it that way?
truly-
You're not
Are you
telling me
gonna
what I
allow
said.
me to don't crash out, bro. Don't do that.
I'm just simply asking you to repeat what I said that insinuated that there's practically no difference.
Okay, I don't listen to every word you say as I'm waiting in your queue.
Oh, so you have no
I
fucking
can't
clue?
repeat. No, I can't repeat what you actually like, quote unquote, said, and I'm not going to say it. I can.
Oh, damn. So then basically you have no base for your claim.
No, I do have a base.
so
I
then
have,
what is the base for your claim of what I said?
9,000 people in here that heard you.
Okay, what did the 9,000 people hear that insinuated that I think there's no practical difference between
You
the
were
courts?
telling him, why would you not believe a civil case, but you would believe a criminal case? That indicates that you believe that there's a sufficient amount of the same amount of evidence needed in both scenarios, which there's not.
Okay, how so?
Because in a civil case, all you
No.
need.
How does it make that insinuation?
Yeah, I know you don't want me to actually get into the meat and potatoes of things.
Right, because I want you to justify the first claim that you made when I came up here. How does that statement make said
Thank you
insinuation?
for the dolphin. I'm sorry?
How does the statement that I make the accused insinuation?
The statement that you made the insinuation that you are trying to say that basically he is a rapist, like you say on
Can
every
you give me an
live.
argument for the fact that that statement made said insinuation?
All right, Dean. I'll let you. I mean, if you want to hear yourself talk, just talk.
Can you give me the argument that that statement made the insinuation that you're describing?
I've already conceded that maybe I took it that way.
Okay.
I've
you
even
can't-
conceded
so
that
you-
point.
So you can't make an argument that it made said insinuation. We're going to move on. I don't know why you keep on coming up here to get cooked, man. That's around his 10th time on the live. I just wanted to have him up once again so I could cook him in an argument, get him to concede and move on. Let's go to get the next guest, JC, loaded up in the box. And Disgusted Veteran, thank you so much for the $100 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love. Let's get 1,000 veterans down below in the comment section. Thank you so much. You are awesome. Holy crap. Veteran with a $100 on Super Chat says, good to see you still fighting for your generation. For this boomer, it is really difficult to listen to callers under 25 that are justifying the heinous behavior of the administration. I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you at all. Veteran, you know I love you. You know we all love you. You are so kind and so generous. That is so much money. If we could all please show some love to Veteran down below in that chat while we're starting the next debate, it would mean the world to me. As well as Coral, thank you for the $10 saying, do these jokers not know how to use their ears? Apparently not. As well as, let's see here if we have anything new. Araceli with a $5 on PayPal saying, appreciate you, Dean. Thank you. Ellen with the $10 saying thank you for dealing with these crazies. They've been crazy today, man. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you, Ellen, for the 10. And then Lola with the $10 saying happy early birthday. Thank you, Lola. And then Nancy with the $10 saying for the Cheez-Its and the Uncrustables. Bro, let's fucking go, Nancy. You know that those are my two go-to snacks on the live. Thank you. Show some love to all of our donors down below, chat. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds, and you get a notification on the top of my phone, like Andrew right here, who donated $3 and said, I insinuate that last caller just got cooked on the nail. Mr. Andrew, thank you for the love. Welcome in, JC. Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. I'm sorry. I don't want to, I'm a Latino, and I just want to say something a little fast. If you give me the just 5 minutes, because it's very important for people.
I cannot give you 5 minutes, but if you want to make a quick statement, that's fine.
Well, yeah, a quick statement. It's very important for people to understand. I came to the United States without even speaking a word of English. My mom brought my brother and me to the United States. And what you were saying to the other guy is very important, because most of us, we just want to get a better life, you know? And my mom was fleeing violence and all these things, right? And I just want to say, is the problem that we have for immigrants. Now I'm a U.S. citizen, but the problem that we have is that we don't have a path that is easy to be a resident or a legal documented immigrant, so we can work and have all these benefits that you were talking about before.
Absolutely.
My grandma, they like to say, oh, why they don't do it the right way? You know what? My grandma, she had to spend 20 years to get her residency. She asked for her residency when she was 35. You know when she got it? When she was 55.
JC?
It's 20 years. It's a lot.
What you're describing is absolutely true, okay? The American government has been using legal immigration as a way to literally incentivize more undocumented immigration by making the legal immigration so hard so then they could turn around, demonize all of the undocumented immigrants, get American voters to hate them, get American voters to be scared of them, to get their support and to get their vote by then running on closing the border, building the wall, or cracking down on crime. You're spot on, JC. I appreciate you for coming up.
I just want to thank you. I just want to thank you for the little time that you gave me. I'm sorry to take this little time, and you're doing a great job, man. Thanks.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that, JC. You're right. I don't usually let people up on the live unless they're a Trump supporter, but we've been talking to people that have been like, spewing the propaganda about what you were just referencing, believing the fake news, believing the lies, believing the bigotry. So, it's nice to have somebody up here that's speaking truth every once in a while. Especially somebody that's been directly impacted by it. Yeah. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. If you're in that queue, make sure that you support Trump. If you're in that queue, make sure that you support Trump. Let's go to get that next guest up here. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Hello? Not here. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Make sure that you are only in that queue of your MAGA once again. Please, 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 please follow thy rules, everybody. We got Colt loading in here right now. What's up, Colt? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
All right. How do you?
I'm 18. I'm a college student.
What year were you born in?
I was born September 30th, 2006. Birthday coming up.
Great, man. You support Trump?
I do, yeah.
Why is that?
Basically his views on abortion. That's like the big thing. I don't agree with his character, to be honest, but abortion's a big thing for me.
Well, let's start with the basics. But before we do, I got two people to thank. Sammy, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's show some love to Sammy down below in that chat, everybody. That is SAMII. Thank you, Sammy. Sammy says, new drinking game. Take a shot every time a Trump supporter tries to cover up their stupidity by saying that you are crashing out. I'd be dead. We'd all be dead. Thank you for the love, Sammy. It is incredibly kind of you. As well as quickly, Lily. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Let's show some love to Lily down below, folks. Let's show some love to Lily down below. Saying I haven't been having a great week with school starting, but watching all of your lives has made my days even a little better. Keep doing what you're doing. That's awesome, Lily. I'm happy that the lives can make your day better. Thank you for being here. And once again, show some love to Sammy and Lily down below. Now, In response to you support him because he's pro-life. Let's start with the basics here. Do you think that victims of rape should be able to access abortion?
I personally don't think it's right because it's going to be a human being too. Obviously, that would be extremely difficult for the mother. But I feel for that. But two wrongs don't make a right at the end of the day.
So that's where our conversation will start. I think if pro-lifers are going to exist at the bare minimum, you should agree that victims of rape should be able to access abortion. The argument for the idea that victims of rape specifically should be able to access abortion does not concern the value of a fetus at all. You could say that the fetus is just as valuable as me, that the fetus is just as valuable as you, and still believe that victims of rape should be able to access abortion by simply making the acknowledgement that the victim has no obligation to sustain the life of the fetus by supplying it their bodily resources.
I mean, obviously, it's not their the best. Like they wouldn't want to. Obviously, like they didn't obviously choose that. But at the end of the day, it's still a life.
And why do they have an obligation to keep that life alive?
Because they're not just going to kill it.
Well, so you're saying that you have an obligation to keep other people alive by giving them their resources? If and only if you were to stop giving them your resources, they would die?
What do you mean?
So you're attempting to argue that we are all obligated to give other people our resources without our consent and against our will if the other people would die if we didn't give them said resources, right?
Not in all scenarios, no, but I'm saying
okay, well then why in the scenario of a great victim? You just affirmed that your argument is not that the great victim has an obligation to sustain the life of the fetus because if she didn't, the fetus would die. So then what is the argument? Why does she have an obligation to sustain the life of the fetus?
Because if she doesn't, the fetus will die. Okay. And it's heart is beating.
Listen, if you don't donate your kidney right now, I can confirm that somebody will die.
No, this is all right, Dean, bro. This is what I'm saying. You can do these little hypothetical shit.
It's not hypothetical. But, like literally, okay, people die because there's not enough organs to be transplanted every single day in America. Like I can actually make a really strong argument that if you were to donate one of your kidneys right now to the nationwide organ transplant list, that you would likely save a life.
I 100% agree. Listen, I'm saying in certain circumstances, you obviously the fetus is already there. Then they should do that. If someone was under my car and I have the resource to back my car up to get it off of them, then I think I should be obligated to do that to save the life, correct?
Yeah, you're the one that ran them over in the first place.
No, all right, bro. If someone has the fetus in there, do you think they should just be able to kill it?
Yeah, I think they should be able to kill the fetus. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Here's a question. So if you made just enough money to sustain your life, right? And you spend all of your money on food, okay? And you know for the next 9 months, somebody is going to be breaking into your house in the middle of the night by just walking in through your front door and taking half of your food. And you know they're going to be doing this for the next 9 months. You know that this is going to have very insane effects on your physical well-being. It's going to physically starve you. You know that this is going to have very detrimental effects on your mental well-being. Maybe you start hallucinating because you're not getting enough food, as well as you know that there's around a 5% chance that if you let them take your food for the next 9 months, you'll die as a result. Should you be legally obligated to keep your front door unlocked at night to allow them to continue to take half of your food if locking your front door at night would mean they die from starvation?
All right, bro, you're basically saying that I agree with rape.
What?
Keeping the front door unlocked.
Can you repeat what I just asked you? Can I just? Could you just repeat everything I just asked you? I want you to repeat everything I just asked you. Repeat the entirety of the analogy.
Word for word.
You could put it in your own words. Just make sure you get the themes.
You're
right.
saying somebody is robbing my freaking food or whatever. They're taking it, walking into my house every single night, and then taking my food. It'll make me sick. Da da da. Right?
And then the question was, do you think you should have a legal obligation to allow them to continue to take half of your food if preventing them from taking
That's
half
not the
of your
same thing
food
at all.
would kill them?
That's not the same thing at all.
I'll let you make that argument after you answer the question. Answer the question and then make the argument that it's different. Should you have a legal obligation to allow them to continue to take half of your resources if preventing them from taking your resources would kill them?
In this scenario, yes, but that's an absurd scenario.
Wait, is a yes there stating that you would have a legal obligation or you wouldn't have a legal obligation?
No, I would lock my door. I shouldn't have an obligation to let someone rob me. No.
Phenomenal. So if you shouldn't have an obligation to let a third party take your resources without your consent, even if stopping them from taking your resources without your consent would make them die, then why should 9-year-old victims of grape?
They wouldn't die if they wouldn't die if they stopped taking my stuff though. That's like
that was posited inside of the question.
That's an unrealistic scenario though.
But even in this quote unquote unrealistic scenario, you told me that you still yet would not have an obligation to keep your front door unlocked. Which
in
means
this scenario,
if they would die, if they were taking half of
if they
your
would die, I'd let
resources.
them have my food.
So you think should you be legally required to give them your food though?
Bro, what are you even yapping about right now?
I mean, I think it's clear. I could repeat it once again. I don't mind. You know, I don't expect you to be able to perfectly grasp the concepts I'm throwing at you the first time. I seriously, I don't mind repeating myself. It doesn't frustrate me or annoy me. I get it. Like, these are the first times you've heard these concepts. This is the first time you've heard my question. I seriously don't mind repeating it. It's no big deal. In a nutshell, all that I'm asking you is that if you have just enough money to buy food to eat for yourself, and somebody was breaking into your house and you knew that they're going to be doing this for the next 9 months, and over the next 9 months, if they continue to take half of your resources in the middle of your night, you're going to physically starve and there's a 5% chance that you might die. Should you be legally obligated to allow them to continue to steal your food if stopping them from stealing your food would result in their death from starvation?
No.
Great. All that you just told me is that you are not legally obligated to allow a third party to take your resources without your consent, even if they would die if they didn't take your resources without your consent. So then why do you think that victims of grape should be legally obligated to allow a third party to take their resources without their consent, even if they would die if they didn't take their resources without their consent?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Of course. So you just told us that you should not be legally obligated to allow a third party to unconsensually take your resources without your consent, even if they've died if they didn't. So then why do victims of grape have an obligation to give a third party their resources without their consent, even if they'd die if they didn't?
Because you're saying that in this scenario, the person is taking all of my food, right?
Half of your food.
Half of my food? So you're saying the baby is eating half of what a grown woman sounds? Because that's dumb as hell if that's what you're saying.
So the parallel there would be that they're draining your resources, making your life worse. Right?
No, you're saying half.
Okay. Well, all that the term half there
Are
is
you
doing
really going to
is
sit here and say that a baby?
So the term half there is just
2-pound fetus.
So the term
a
half
2-pound
there.
fetus
1 second.
is taking half of their resources.
So the term half there is.
As if you're saying that, that's actually stupid.
So
and I think you do a lot of research. I would think you're smarter than that.
My friend, the term half there is just simply symbolically demonstrating the relevant point of somebody draining your resources without your consent. So when we're talking about like logical parallels,
it's really not draining them that
could
much.
Could you allow me to finish saying what I'm saying?
You do the same thing, interrupting.
So are you trying to play vigilante because you're getting fucking cooked?
What are you even what are you talking about, vigilante?
Yeah, you just told me that you think you're justified in interrupting me because you've seen me interrupt other people. This whole time I've been kind to you.
Bro. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying
can
you
we
interrupt
agree to
me,
stop
so I can
interrupting one
interrupt
another?
you, and then you get mad. Yeah, that's what. And then you'll interrupt me again later. But yeah, I'm not.
Could I have you take a chill pill?
Yeah, you can talk.
Great. I'm just gonna ask you to take a chill pill. listen.
All right, hit your anxiety, babe.
One second, my friend. I get it that you and many other people, even myself included sometimes, are going to feel upset, are going to feel disgruntled, and are going to get mad when you are put in a position where you're being proven wrong in front of 15,000 people. It is only natural, and I will not deny it. Human nature tells us that we like to strive to be right. And when we don't know something, we hate it. And when we're wrong about something, we hate it. This isn't just a cult issue. This is a human issue. But what I want you to do is reframe your perspective while you're talking to me away from being wrong as an ending point where you're embarrassed, and reframe it to being wrong as a beginning point where you now get to explore what might be true. Keep your mind open instead of closed and angry. That is a necessary prerequisite for these conversations to be beneficial, productive, and good for you, good for me, and good for society as a whole, right? And in this conversation, good for great victims, right? And I really hope that you agree we should do what is good for great victims. So do what's good for great victims, keep your mind open, and logically explore this with me. Your last critique was very clear, okay? You said, in the hypothetical I gave you, they're taking half of your food. And then you took this as an implication that a fetus is taking half of the bodily resources of a mother. No. In the analogy that I gave you, that was a symbolic representation of one taking any amount of your resources without your consent while having an impact on your quality of life. Right? Maybe if somebody took 25% of your food, it wouldn't impact your quality of life too much in all scenarios. Right? Skipping a breakfast here and there won't damn you to the same extent that pregnancy forced on a great victim would. That is the point that reflection in my analogy is supposed to demonstrate. Feel free to respond.
Oh, okay. What was your last thing? I thought I was trying to talk one time. I didn't realize I was muted.
My last point was in response to your last contention that in the analogy I gave you, the person stealing your food is taking 50%, but a fetus doesn't actually take 50% of the mother's bodily bodily resources. And then I just repeated that this is merely a symbolic point that is supposed to describe somebody else taking your resources without your consent while having a clear impact on your quality of life. Okay? Like a pregnancy clearly impacts the quality of life of a great victim. And if I want to make that clear impact on your quality of life clear, funny enough, in this analogy, I would represent that point by saying they're taking 50% of your food.
Gotcha. Now, I just still think that the two scenarios are completely different because.
And what's the difference?
In your scenario, I don't think that would ever happen to where it has to, like, my house is the only one he can walk into. In that scenario, obviously, I'm not going to do that and shouldn't be legally obligated because that person can go to a shelter, a church, whatever, where they're giving away food drives. You know what I mean? Whereas this scenario, you're not going to kill a baby because it's an inconvenient, like it's unfortunately that evil happened. You're not going to go ahead and kill it because that's just what's the best thing for you personally. Mm-hmm. You know what? That's like me killing someone to take their food is basically what your scenario is.
Or it's like locking your front door at night to protect your resources because that's what's best for you personally, even if it causes the burglar to die from starvation, right? And you said you should be able to do that. Now, in response to your first critique, you're interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you. Now you're interrupting me.
Okay. My fault.
And now your first point there was to say that the implication of the hypothetical question that I asked you, that this burglar wouldn't be able to get food from anywhere else, is unrealistic, therefore it's invalid, is just simply a misunderstanding of how we use hypotheticals to gain a better understanding of the world around us. And we use hypotheticals that are a little outrageous all the time. Like, in fact, if you like TV or movies, TV and movies are outrageous hypotheticals that we learn from and that we could draw conclusions from. Like, for instance, the Superman movie that just came out. It's outrageous to assume that there was superhumans that live eons away on a planet called Krypton, and then when the planet was exploding, one of their children was sent to Earth to become our savior and help mankind by defeating villains like Lex Luthor, who's a billionaire bald man who wants to kill Superman so he could own waterfront property in the Middle East. That's very outrageous, right? But even in watching that movie and engaging with that hypothetical circumstance, we could still yield particular moral conclusions, like Superman is a good guy, Lex Luthor is a bad guy, right? And then we could use those moral conclusions as paralleled in real life to say, maybe if you help others around you the same way Superman did in this egregious hypothetical, you'd be a good person for the same reason Superman was a good person in the egregious hypothetical of the Superman movies. And there's like a really common sense description on how these hypotheticals can help us learn more about the world around us. Now, let's go back to the question that I asked you. Once again, it was simple. I just simply told you there's somebody that's stealing half of your food in the middle of the night. They can't get it from anywhere else. Should you be obligated, legally speaking, to give them half of your food, even if this would starve you? You said no, you should be able to lock your front door at night. The conceptual point that we're taking away from this hypothetical is that you do not think that you should have a legal obligation to allow others to access your resources, even if the lack of access to your resources would kill them. Can we agree that that was the conceptual takeaway from the hypothetical that you agreed to?
And that hypothetical, yes, but I think they're two completely different scenarios.
Well, it's the conceptual takeaway that you just agreed to that applies to great victims. The conceptual takeaway that you just agreed to for the third time now is that you don't think that you should be legally obligated to give anybody else your resources, even if not giving them your resources would kill them. Now, that conceptual takeaway applies perfectly to a victim of rape insofar as if they should or shouldn't be able to access abortion. It's the conceptual takeaway that we're applying to the circumstance of a rape victim. It's nothing to do with the pragmatic facts of somebody stealing shit from your house. So now that we understand that it's that conceptual takeaway that you agree somebody else shouldn't be able to take your resources without your consent, even if them not having access to your resources would kill you, let's now place that conceptual takeaway in the context of a woman that was raped and is now pregnant. If that conceptual takeaway is something that you agree to, then you would say that you don't think that a victim of rape should have to legally maintain pregnancy, since that would imply that she should be forced to give her resources to somebody else without her consent, even if revoking those resources would kill that other entity.
The difference in the two things are your hypothetical would never happen.
Well, I thought that we agreed that didn't need to be the case, and I thought that we agreed all that was relevant was the conceptual takeaway, which does happen, and the circumstance in which it would happen would be an instance of a rape victim getting an abortion.
You can do this with a million things.
We can do this with a million things.
Yes.
Conceptualizing circumstances to yield moral principles and guiding logical conclusions is something that we should do with everything.
With something that can never happen, obviously nobody's going to agree with that.
Once again, I will repeat myself. The conceptual takeaway from the impractical hypothetical that might not ever happen is something that actually does happen, and that's why the hypothetical is relevant in the first place. Please acknowledge that in one way or another. Please acknowledge that the conceptual takeaway from that unrealistic hypothetical is realistic and does happen.
But that doesn't, are you saying that applies to the grape victim?
Yes, exactly. The conceptual takeaway is realistic and does happen. One circumstance where that conceptual takeaway is realistic and does happen is when a victim of rape gets an abortion.
I can agree with your hypothetical. I agree with that. But if I were to give you a hypothetical, if somebody hits somebody with their car, they're on top. That car is on top of the person. Would you feel obligated to get in the car and move it away from the person to save the person, even if it negatively affects you? Like, you have to be somewhere. You wouldn't save that life if it was an inconvenience to you?
Okay. So,
because if not, you're kind of just a scumbag, like a fucked up dude.
So
if you're not going to save someone, if it's an inconvenience
was driving a car and they ran someone over, and you could prevent the person that was ran over from dying by getting behind that driver's seat and getting the car off of them, that is something I would do. Right? You could argue
you
that's
want to
a
feel
moral
obligated
thing
to
to
save
do.
a life if it was an inconvenience to
Right?
you.
One might even argue that a moral obligation would exist in this circumstance. However, in this circumstance, we could agree that there's no legal obligation that would subject you into being forced to hop in that car and take it off of the person.
Maybe there's no legal one, but I think
so would the reflection of this be that you personally think morally great victims should maintain their pregnancy, but similar to the car scenario that you just gave me, like they shouldn't have a legal obligation? This is a takeaway from your own hypothetical.
Yeah.
Yeah? Perfect.
No, I'm saying yeah, that's a takeaway.
Perfect.
I don't really know. I don't really know, to be honest. That's a tough one because
it shouldn't be. It shouldn't
so,
be.
So okay. So are you saying?
Let me hop in here. Let me hop in here. It shouldn't be a tough one.
All right, now you're interrupting me. Can I finish what I was saying? Can I finish what I was saying?
This is a very important interruption.
Would you not agree that
I
the person?
I swear to God, just let me interrupt real quick. It is so important. So you agreed in the hypothetical of like somebody being hit by a car. You know, should you have a legal obligation to take the car off of them? You said no, right? Well, there's a big difference between that scenario and like a great victim getting an abortion or maintaining pregnancy, is that it is significantly more harmful to the great victim to maintain pregnancy than it is harmful for you to hop in a car and quickly take it off of somebody, right? Like in the scenario of you hopping in the car and taking it off of somebody, you're not going to be in that car for 9 months. Getting in that car doesn't introduce around a 5 to 10% chance of death. I wouldn't even put this moral obligation onto a minor at all either. And there's getting in this car when it possibly rip your genitalia to your asshole. Getting into this car when it physically change your body, expand your skin, bloat your face. Getting in this car when it introduce mental anguish and possibly drive you to self-unaliving, right? And all of these facts are true of pregnancy, and even more true of pregnancy as it would relate to great victims. So if you think in the less harmful scenario of quickly getting in a car and taking it off of somebody to save their life, you shouldn't have a legal obligation to do that, then I think it should be even more clear in the more harmful scenario of a great victim maintaining pregnancy for 9 months and all of the side effects that I just went over, that there should be no legal obligation either.
Just like in your burglar situation, let's say, like I'm thinking of a situation.
Can you respond to what I just said?
No.
No other situations. The last situation was all that I needed to prove my point. Respond to what I just said.
All right. I was saying in this situation it would affect you negatively.
Just as negatively as like pregnancy would for a great victim, then I don't even think you'd have a moral obligation.
Just as negative as your burglar situation.
Just as negative. Wait, why wouldn't we just say just as negative as like a great victim getting access to abortion?
Because I'm comparing the two situations.
Okay, well, that serves no conceptual relevance. Let's just compare it to a great victim maintaining pregnancy. That's what would serve the conceptual relevance, because we're talking about a great victim maintaining pregnancy. We're not actually talking about a burglar breaking into your house. So now that we're comparing the situation, and we want to say that it'd be just as harmful for you to hop in that car and to take it off of somebody in order to save their life, yeah, I don't even think you'd have a moral obligation to do so.
Okay.
Right? Can we agree that if
so
in order to save this
you would just sit there and watch the person die personally?
No, I'd do it, but I don't think I'd have a moral obligation to do it. Just because I do something doesn't mean I'm morally obligated to. Right? It could be good to do it, and you still wouldn't be obligated to do it. Like, for instance, it's good to hug your mom or to kiss your girlfriend. That doesn't mean that you're morally obligated to hug your mom or to kiss your girlfriend.
I personally think I am more morally obligated to hug my mom and kiss my girlfriend. Personally.
So you think if you didn't hug your mom,
that's
you'd be doing something wrong?
Moral. What'd you say?
So if you think if you didn't hug your mom, you'd be doing something morally wrong?
If I never hugged my mom, no. Yes, I think that would be wrong to never give my mom a hug.
Wait, so now you're changing the question that I asked you. I said like
That's what you just asked me. Would it be wrong if I didn't give my mom hugs?
I said a hug.
All right, so we're
The
saying
next
a
time you
hug.
saw her.
Okay, next time I saw her, yeah, I should give my mom a hug. Would you give your mom a hug?
Right back to the basis of just saying because you would do something doesn't mean if you wouldn't do it, you're doing something wrong.
I don't think it would be good if I didn't give my mom a hug. No.
Okay. Do you have a partner?
Yeah, I've got a girlfriend.
Do you think that it'd be a good thing to get her flowers today as soon as you leave this live?
Yeah.
Does that mean that
She
if
would
you
like
didn't
that.
immediately get her flowers the moment you left this live, you'd be doing something morally wrong?
No.
There you go.
But you're equating flowers to not saving a life.
No, we're just demonstrating that something can be good to do without you being obligated to do it.
Dean, you're equating saving a life to getting my girlfriend flowers. If getting my girlfriend flowers would save her life,
I was just
do
simply
that.
using the use
Yes.
of with other analogies to demonstrate that there's three categories of actions: those in which are morally wrong, those in which are morally permissible, and those in which are morally obligatory. Right? Good or obligatory. So something can be good to do without it being obligatory. It could be good to buy your girlfriend flowers the moment you leave this live without you being obligated to do so, meaning if you didn't do it, it would be wrong. That's all I'm describing.
Okay. And what do you think about what's your reasoning? Because for non-grape victims being able to get
We're not
abortions.
going to move on until we finish
we're
out
not
with
moving
the
on?
grave victims.
Okay.
Listen, man, at the end of the day, right, now that we've had all of this conversation, let's go back down to the basics, right? The reason why a victim of grape should be able to legally access abortion is because she has no obligation to provide her bodily resources to the fetus against her consent, even if stopping the sustenance of bodily resources to the fetus would kill the fetus. You agreed to this logic in the circumstance of the burglar, and you even agreed to this logic in the circumstance of your own analogy of driving a car off of on top of somebody.
I think I personally, morally, and my own beliefs, I don't think that is right. I think
Dude,
other
okay,
people have.
Wait 1 second. I just want to clarify that, like, right now we're talking about if they should be legally required to, not
Yeah.
right or wrong, right? And the argument
Yeah.
that I just gave demonstrated that in accordance with your own logic and the hypothetical you gave me and your response to the hypothetical I gave you, there shouldn't exist a legal obligation.
I'm gonna be honest. That's a gray area for me because I personally don't believe it, and obviously it's.
So then you're just being
tough thing.
irrational. So then you're
How?
just how? Right? It's because you drew this conclusion within an analogous scenario, but you don't apply this conclusion in this scenario, right? And because the other scenario is logically analogous, it means that you'd be logically contradicting yourself. In any scenario other than that, you would also say that the victim of grape should be able to access abortion legally speaking. And because you do not draw that same conclusion, it means that your beliefs are logically contradictory. And if something is logically contradictory, it falls outside of logic. Things in which fall outside of logic are definitionally speaking illogical. And I'm using the term irrational interchangeable with the word illogical. There's a clear description on why you are being irrational.
Sorry, I'm thinking about all you just said. That was a lot.
It's just irrational because it's illogical, and it's illogical because it's a logical contradiction. And it's a logical
For me to have a
contradiction.
personal conviction about it.
Yeah, for you to have a varying personal conviction about these two different scenarios, even though they are logically equivalent. Yes.
I was trying to say I don't necessarily know the legal stuff and everything, you know what I mean? But I think my personal morals, I don't think it's right, and I don't think it I don't agree with it.
So do you think
Which I think I have.
So do you think it should be legal for them to access abortion even though you disagree with it?
I just think there's just why not adoption? I'm adopted,
Because
my brother's adopted.
adoption is not an
There's
alternative to
always
pregnancy.
What did you say?
Adoption is not an alternative to pregnancy. When you say why not adoption, you're acting as if this is an alternative. It's not.
It is. Go through with the pregnancy and give them up for an adoption.
Exactly. You have to go through
Yes.
with a pregnancy first, and necessarily so.
Yes.
Meaning it is not an alternative to pregnancy.
Me and my brother were both adopted. It would have been much easier for our birth mothers to just kill us.
So
No?
you and your brother being adopted doesn't change the fact that adoption is not an alternative to pregnancy. Because you have to go through the pregnancy first.
You
Meaning
do.
It's not an alternative.
It's discomfort for them. So then they get to just end it because it's not the easiest thing ever.
So now you're saying that women shouldn't be able to access abortion because women should have to deal with the hardest scenarios possible. Oh, wow. Maybe women shouldn't be able to buy pads for their periods because it makes the period slightly easier. Maybe women shouldn't be able to buy Advil for a headache because it makes the headache slightly easier. Maybe women shouldn't be able to go to the hospital when they have skin tags on their arm, which may possibly be cancerous, because then that would make dealing with the cancer easier. You're acting as if the point of the healthcare system is to make people live longer and easier. What? Of course. Of course. What? What? Duh. What are we even talking about? Right? And then to say the feelings that are experienced, the physical changes, the physical pain, the mental and physical trauma of pregnancy, labor, and birth is just simply discomfort is just wrong. And it shows me that you know very little about the world around you, and you like to downplay the experiences, the emotions, the thoughts, and the feelings of women.
Dean, the difference between a woman buying pads for their period, I think you're smart and educated. We obviously have our disagreement.
I think that you're
but
not smart and
the
uneducated.
fact that you think that a woman buying pads for her period is the same as who has ever died because a woman bought a pad for her period? That's completely different.
I don't think that the death of the fetus is wrong.
You don't?
No, not at all. Why do you?
Because it's a lot, like it's living, its heart is beating.
Oh, so it's wrong to kill things that are living with a beating heart? Are you a vegan?
A human.
Oh, a vegan? It's wrong to kill living humans with a beating heart? So you don't think it's wrong before it has a beating heart?
I mean, if it's living, then no.
So if it's living, then no. So you think it's wrong to kill humans that are living. So you think that doctors that pull the plug on brain-dead patients in the hospital are murderers since brain-dead patients are alive.
They don't have the possibility of life.
Oh, when you say possibility of life, what do you mean? You're using the term life differently here because they already have biological life.
I'm saying it doesn't have a brain-dead patient doesn't have the possibility of, like, their brain's dead.
Oh, so they don't have the possibility of, like, future experiences like the ones we're having right now?
No, they're dead.
No, like they're brain dead.
Okay, so it's not that you
Of
value
course not.
humanity. It's not that you value life. It's not that you value a future heart. It's that you value a conscious experience.
What do you mean? Like, I don't. If they're vegetables laying in a hospital, like
It's a derogatory term. Just say brain dead.
Okay, if they're brain dead and are in a vegetable-like state,
say brain dead.
Okay, if they're brain dead, they don't have any quality of life. Like they're dead.
Oh, okay.
Like they don't have any.
So they can't feel. They can't think. They can't rationalize the world around them. They can't possess or have subjective
They don't have the
experiences.
possibility to ever do that. They have no possibility to ever do that.
I don't know why people just repeat themselves. You already said this, right? My takeaway from you saying this was, so it's not the life that you value because a brain dead patient is biologically alive. It's not the species that you value because a brain dead patient is human. It's not the beating heart that you value because a brain dead patient has a beating heart. It's experience like the experiences such as ours that you value because that's something that a brain dead patient doesn't have and will never have again. So if it's experiences such as ours that I value, is your argument insofar as why abortion is wrong, is because it will prevent the future existence of a person like you or I that can have and possess rational experiences and interact with the world around them.
Well, yeah, like they won't have any opportunity to do anything, live,
Right.
breathe,
So
be happy,
in a
love.
nutshell, you think abortion is wrong because it's taking away that opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, if my dad pulled out, he would have taken away that opportunity. Does that mean that my dad pulling out was wrong? Or if my dad were to have pulled out, would that have been wrong?
You wouldn't know, like, you don't know that that's gonna be an option, and like the sperm and egg haven't fertilized. Like, that's just
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why people act as if this is relevant towards the position. I hear this all the time. I understand that the sperm and the egg haven't fertilized yet, but still, yet that action would play into a larger set of actions, and which would definitely take away the possibility of me existing today as I am. Right? Like I just think that like the conceived human existing is irrelevant to your argument, because your argument all hinges on the existence of a future person, right? I am the person that would not exist if my mom aborted me. The same way I'm the person that would not exist if my dad pulled out, my mother was on plan B, or my mother didn't divorce her first husband, right? So if these are the reasons why abortion is wrong, right, that wrongness should also apply to any other action which would prevent my existence today, such as my dad pulling out, my mom being on let's see here, on birth control, my mom taking a plan B, my mom revoking consent, my mom not divorcing her first husband, etc.
but you weren't alive. Like, it's you weren't living, breathing.
So
and
now
they
you're
didn't know
saying
that.
so now you're just vaguely applying some other attribute into your argument.
I think the two and two go hand to hand. No.
Okay, I mean, I don't think they do, but even if they do, I'll just give you a new counter argument. Zygotes, that is the first stage of human development that occurs at conception. They're human beings that are alive, that have future experiences. Is it murder to kill a zygote?
I don't think it's right. No.
So is it murder?
I think it's a bit of a gray area. I think they, like, are you referring to like in vitro and everything?
No, I'm talking
Or
about
no?
killing a unicellular organism. Is that murder? Should that be illegal? Should it literally be illegal to kill unicellular organisms?
I'm not I'm not aware. Like, can you define like unicellular organisms for me,
The
please?
first stage of human development that occurs right after the moment of conception. It is an organism that is a human that is one cell.
So, like, right when they're conceived, like right after sex or sex. I don't know if I'm allowed
Right
to say
after
that.
conception, right?
Yeah, right after conception. So, like, are you like Plan B would be abortion?
No, Plan B.
Is that,
Plan B in
I
no
don't-
circumstances prevents conception. Just answer the question. Is it murder, and should it be illegal to kill a zygote?
if it's living, yeah.
Okay, it is murder. Okay. Do you think that murderer should go to jail?
Yeah.
So if I kill a unicellular human organism, a zygote, I should go to jail?
If it's murder,
You said it was murder, so it would follow that I should go to jail, right?
if it's living and you kill
We
it,
agreed that it was living, so it would
And it's
follow
gonna
that I
become a
should go to
human
jail,
being.
right?
just to clarify, make sure you're not.
Why are we going over everything
Going
10
into-
times? It's starting to get ridiculous. I know I said earlier that I'm okay with it, but like at this point, it's getting a little ridiculous. I thought that we already clarified
Okay,
these points.
sure,
It's a
sure.
human. It's alive. Fucking hell. It has a future like ours. It's like,
Yeah.
come on, man. Is it murder to kill it?
Yeah.
Okay, it is. And should murderers
If
go to
it's
jail?
human, it's alive. It's got to murder.
Let's go over it all
Yep,
again. It's
all
human.
of
It's
that,
alive.
all
It
of
has a
that,
future
yep.
like ours. It's a
Yep,
unicellular
yep,
organism.
yep,
It occurs the
all of
moment
that,
after
yep.
conception. Is it murder to kill it?
All those things we said, then yes.
Oh, okay. So yes, should murderers go to jail?
What do you think?
Why would I tell you what I think when I'm asking you the question?
Well, it's kind of a dumb question. Of course they should.
Oh, okay. So if you kill a zygote, you should go to jail. So women can take a birth control called an IUD, and what an IUD will do in some circumstances is it will allow for conception to occur, meaning that human life exists, then it will prevent its implantation into the uterine lining, starving it to death, and it dies as a unicellular organism. Under your view, this is murder. And you think murderers should go to jail, meaning you would say that women on some forms of birth control that are sexually active should be imprisoned?
If it were to, like, if that was the law, then yeah. Like that
Do
wouldn't be
you
allowed
want
anymore.
that to be the law?
Like pro-life, all
No,
the things
sending women
corresponding
on
with
some
it?
forms of birth control to prison for murder.
Well, if what they're doing right now is legal, then obviously
That's
then
not the
no.
question that I asked you. I'm done repeating myself over 2 times. You
I'm
get 2 times max for me to repeat myself. This is my 3rd time repeating this question, and this is the last time I will repeat something for 3 times. Okay? Do you think that women who have IUDs, a form of birth control that are sexually active, should go to jail for 25 to life for murder?
I don't think that they should. Like, if laws were implemented today, no.
Okay, so
But
then
if
you're
the
telling
laws,
me. So then you're
if the
telling
law,
me.
please don't interrupt me.
So then you're
If
telling
the
me that
law,
they're not murderers.
no,
So then
because
you're
you know what
telling
I'm
me
about
that
to
it's
say
not
is right.
murder to kill the zygote.
So you're interrupting. If the laws were implemented today, then from then on out, those forms of birth control should not be allowed.
You're the one that said that law shouldn't be implemented. So you disagree that women that kill
I told you
zygotes are murderers.
if they were.
What?
When did I say laws should not be implemented?
Because I asked you if you would agree with this law being implemented, and you said no.
The law to ban those certain forms of birth control?
The law to classify the death of a zygote as murder, and the law to send women with IUDs that kill zygotes to jail for the rest of their life for murder.
I told you that law should, if that law was put in place.
That's not what I'm not asking you
and
if that
after
law is put in
yes,
place. I'm asking
yes.
you if you think it should be put in place.
Yeah, and I said yes.
Oh, so you
said-
do think that women on some forms of birth control should go to jail for the rest of their life? Yeah, let's get your girlfriend on the mic. I hear her whispering to you back there. The whole chat's been calling for it. I've been ignoring the chat, but now we need to get her take on this. Unmute the mic. Get the girlfriend on the mic. Get the friend on the mic. I hear her back there. Get her on.
She left, went back to her dorm.
Oh, shit. Does she know that you think women on some forms of birth control should be locked up until the day they die? Does she know that? You should tell her that. I mean, the school year just started. You should definitely tell her that. Because I'd assume that you guys are like new friends. You're 18. You're probably in your freshman year. You just started school. Make sure to go tell her that. Go. Why don't you bring her in here? Bring her back. You just met her. You know, this is a good bonding experience. Make sure she knows that you think women on some forms of birth control should be put into a hole until they die.
When you're done, can I talk?
Yeah, for sure. Just make sure she knows that. Is it fair?
Okay.
I have a question. Would you tell her that? No, let's. This is another good question. Legitimately, would you tell her that? Would you tell her that that's what you believe in?
What I was telling you.
Would you tell her?
Can I say what I was saying, or do you want me to tell?
Would you tell her that you think that women on some forms of birth control should go to jail for the rest of their lives? Would you tell her that?
If the law was that those were banned and
No,
they
no,
used
no.
them,
It's
then yeah.
no. It's not that.
That's what I was telling
you.
you,
It's not
bro.
if the law. It's that. Do you think that should be the law? I don't
think
understand
that
why you
should
keep
be
on
the
playing
law.
fucking stupid and you equivocate to make yourself seem less insane.
I said if that was the law. then this-
You're doing it again. Bro, you're a fucking rock. I swear to God, a 3rd grader could respond better to my arguments than you can. For the 10th time, I'm not asking you if this was the law, then should the law be executed? I'm saying, do you agree with changing the law to this? Should this be the law? Real quick, does everybody watching this stream understand precisely what I'm asking him? Does everybody watching understand precisely what I'm asking him? Okay, so it looks like 10.3 thousand people on TikTok understand precisely what I'm asking you. 3.6 thousand people on YouTube understand precisely what I'm asking you. So are you the most unintelligent person in a room of of close to 14,000? Or are you being intentionally dense? Which one? Do you just so happen to be the least intelligent person out of 14,000 people? Or are you being intentionally dense to subvert my argument? Which one?
I'm explaining to you.
Not what I asked.
think
I'm not
about
kidding
it.
you. I'm not even joking. Answer my question. Are you the least intelligent person out of 15,000 people? Or are you just being intentionally dense to subvert my argument? Which one? I'm actually going to hold you to answering this question. You're not going to be able to pivot and deflect and move on. Which one?
Okay. I'm being intentionally dense.
Right. Why are you being intentionally dense?
to try and explain my point to you that you're interrupting me and not letting me explain.
Wait, so you're being intentionally dense and you're not engaging with my arguments because you'd rather talk about something else?
No, I'm trying to talk about this, but you're not letting explain my reasoning and my thought behind it.
Wait, when you say talk about this, you'd be talking about your response to my question. But I thought that you were being intentionally dense in your response to my question. So you're asking to please have time to explain your intentionally dense response?
Or what are you yapping about?
That one was pretty easy to follow, man.
All I've been trying to say all along is that the law is not in place. So no, the women should not go to jail. If the law was put in place, which I think it should be, if they continue to do that, then yes, I think they should go to jail.
Right, yeah, that's insane. You're insane. You think that women on some forms of birth control should be locked up until the day they die. If you were a dictator, you would take women on birth control and put them in a dark hole until they die of old age. That's insane.
Well, it wouldn't be allowed, like it wouldn't happen as much as.
So you're just saying, you're just saying instead of you doing this to 1 million women, you might just do it to 50,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying for sure.
You only want to throw 50,000 women into a dark hole until the day they die for being on birth control.
You got it, bro. You got it.
Right. Do I have to say that that's obviously insane? Can you agree that's obviously insane?
I don't think it should be a thing. Like, I don't think that should be legal.
So
Like,
I have a question. Would you support me banning your right to own a gun if it were to save the lives of more innocent kids?
That wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, it would. First and foremost, we have research from the last 45 years that demonstrates the more gun control a state or country has, the less gun deaths per 100,000 residents have.
To ban it, though?
Guns are the leading cause of death within our youth.
To
But would you support gun bans or gun restrictions if they were to save the lives of more innocent children?
Of banned guns? Because
Will you
criminals
just
are
answer
still
my
gonna
question,
have
you
it.
dense
So then
little
there's no
kid?
self-
Will you
so
answer
then
my
there's no
question, you
self-
dense
so
little
then there's no
fucking
self-
kid?
So then there's. All right, watch your mouth, little buddy. But
Wait, I'm so sorry. Who are you calling little? I'm like, who are you calling little in this picture?
Did you mute me? Because I got
So
muted.
answer my question. Would you support banning your right to own a gun if banning your right to own a gun reduced gun deaths in our youth? Would you?
Banning it completely.
Yeah, banning it completely if it reduced gun-related deaths in our youth.
If it would if it would reduce them, then go for it. But I don't think it would, because criminals would still have their guns, and they would still kill people.
Wait, and you truly mean that? Like you would so okay. Well, I mean, well, shit. Actually, so now I just want it to be clear that you agree with Democrats on gun control over Republicans.
I don't think it would reduce it if they were completely banned.
Well, even just on gun control, like not even banning guns, but gun control. Who do you agree with on gun control? Democrats, or conservatives?
I think that there should be gun control.
That's not what I'm asking you. Why do I have to repeat every single thing I ask you 10 times? What did I ask you? What did I ask?
Which one I agree with more? I was explaining why.
Do you agree with Dems more or conservatives more? Oh, and you agree with conservatives more? Why? Because we have research from Everytown Gun Research that shows in America that red states have significantly more gun-related deaths compared to blue states because gun reform and gun control.
Do you disagree with the Constitution? And do you want to, like, just y'all are all about how Trump's destroying the Constitution, all this, all that, but you want to ban the right to bear arms.
So first and foremost, gun control isn't unconstitutional. Second of all, it would actually follow under your position that you'd be against 2A. And third of all, this is a pivot. I don't understand, dude. This is a kid. Why am I torturing myself by talking to a child that can't comprehend jack shit? Okay?
Why are you mad, buddy? Why are you mad, little buddy?
Oh yeah, I'm actually beginning to get frustrated. I'm beginning to get mad because I have to repeat every single thing I say to you 10 times. Right? Like more frequently, what I've had to repeat. I just told you I was getting mad. Bro, dude, even that. I just told him that I was getting mad. And then he responds to that by saying, I think you're getting mad. He didn't even listen to me telling him that I'm getting upset.
Life's too short to be this mad. Mad ain't pretty.
Okay. If life is too short to voice frustration to a rock, then life is probably too short to be a misogynistic prick that wants women on birth control to be locked up until the day they die, and wants 8-year-old girls that were raped by their raped by their family members to be forced to maintain pregnancy for 9 months.
How many 8-year-old girls get raped by their family members and get pregnant every year?
Oh, right. Because if it's a low number, then it's fine. Imagine if it was your sister.
How many?
I don't know the numbers.
Probably not too many, yeah.
Right. So you're saying if it's a low number, then you're okay?
No,
do you agree that 1 is too many?
1 is too many. That shouldn't happen.
Okay.
But
so then
but do you agree that-
So then
do you agree that you-
too many 8-year-old girls get raped by their family members and become pregnant. Too many, Colt. Do you disagree?
Do I disagree that too many get raped? No, of course not.
Okay, so then you disagree with
You
that.
say-
So I just
Would
want to
you agree
clarify.
that
So I just want to
these are-
clarify
these
that you.
bizarre
So I just want to
examples,
clarify that you do indeed think that that like young girls that get raped and become pregnant should be forced to maintain pregnancy, right? I just want to clarify that is what you think, right?
Well, yeah, the baby shouldn't be killed.
Okay. So you support the forceful mutilation and torture of children?
This dude.
Wait,
See,
I'm so sorry. You're acting as if what I'm saying is insane. Can we agree that pregnancy would mutilate the body of a child if a child is experiencing pregnancy? Can we agree to that?
Bro, I keep having to unmute. Sorry.
Can you agree to that? Can you agree that if an 8-year-old girl is pregnant, that pregnancy is going to mutilate her body? Can we agree?
Yeah.
Okay. And can we agree that like torture would be like some persistent state of pain, and that obviously the bodily mutilation onset by that pregnancy would place her in a persistent state of physical and mental pain?
Dean, you're bunny
Can you
trailing
agree?
to another bizarre take. So
Can
do you think
agree? Why are you dodging? Are you scared? Answer my question.
Bro, you're putting up another terrible point. Listen.
So you're just gonna write it off like Trump. If Trump doesn't like something, it's just fake news. If Colt doesn't like something, he just calls it terrible. Go ahead and stop dodging. So we agreed that it would be the
Go ahead and
mutilation
stop
of their
muting.
body. Well, I'm gonna mute you when you dodge. That's how you like condition like fucking like low IQ men into hopefully having somewhat of a conversation. Now to go back into what I was saying. Now that you've agreed that it'd be the mutilation of the body, and that we could agree that torture is like loosely defined as like a persistent or intermediate like experience of pain to achieve some end. Can we agree that that mutilation would onset physical and mental pain and anguish onto that 8-year-old?
So would normal pregnancy in a 25-year-old married woman. Are you saying that the husband that got her pregnant is torturing her?
No, I definitely say that the state legislators that impose pro-life legislations would be forcing said torture and mutilation onto the body of women. So I'm just simply asking you, now that you've agreed, if you could just explicitly state that for the class, right? That you support the forced torture and mutilation of the body of 8-year-olds.
I don't support torture and mutilation. I support the life of a baby.
Okay. Well, so you understand that 8-year-olds are babies, right? They're fucking childs. And you're telling me that you do support them being forcefully mutilated and tortured to maintain that pregnancy?
I don't support a child being tortured, no.
Okay,
But
so then you wouldn't support children being required to maintain
I don't
pregnancy.
support anyone being tortured, Dean.
Okay, so then you wouldn't support like any woman being required to maintain pregnancy. You can't have both. You can't have both. You can't have both at all. You cannot have like 8-year-old children not being tortured and mutilated if you believe that 8-year-old children that are raped and impregnated should have to maintain that pregnancy. You cannot have both. It's one or the other. So which one do you want? Which one? Tell me, which one do you want?
I want...
So do you want the forced torture and mutilation of the bodies of 8-year-old children that were raped? Or do you want to save the life of the fetus? Or do you want to allow that 8-year-old girl to be able to access abortion? Which one?
So do I want I either want the baby to be cut up and murdered, or I want the 8-year-old to be tortured in your scenario.
So the death of the fetus, first and foremost, is not murder. Murder is defined as the unjust termination of a human life. The reason why I don't think it's unjust to kill a fetus is because what I find morally valuable would be a set of conditions, those conditions being an ability to present or display low levels of subjective experiences. And because a fetus does not have the capacity to deploy low levels of subjective experiences until the thymocritical connections at around 20 through 24 weeks, it would thereby not be morally valuable prior to 24 weeks, thereby it would not be murder to kill it, as it would not be unjust. So no, it's actually not that you'd support murdering and cutting up a baby.
But if it was 25 weeks, it would be murder to you, or no?
Yeah, so I actually think it can be. However, right, it was when we're referencing like circumstances of grape, I would still yet say it would not be unjust, as they have no obligation to sustain the life of the fetus. As then in elective circumstances, I think it should be up to the woman and the doctor for pragmatic concerns related to the fact that when we impose legislation to limit a woman's access to abortion at any point, then we just end up having dead women. We end up having women become brain dead and having their bodies mutilated and forced to be an incubator. And I don't think that those pragmatic concerns could ever be weeded out. So for that reason, I think that it should be between the woman and the doctor. Right? So then once again, there was the position insofar as why it is not murder to kill a fetus for elective circumstances or in circumstances of grape. So no, it is not either you are torturing the body of an 8-year-old or murdering a baby. It is either you are torturing the body of the 8-year-old or you're just simply allowing them to enact upon their basic right to bodily autonomy and to evict that non-consenting fetus outside of their womb.
I think personally there's only one way that the baby should get outside of their womb, and that's through delivering the baby.
Okay, so it sounds like not only did you dodge my question, but you also dodged my argument insofar as why I don't think that abortion is wrong. So if you are so hellbent on forcing 8-year-old girls to maintain pregnancy, the bare minimum for you to do would be to engage in my argument and tell me why it's flawed. But you can't, because you're an immature, unintelligent man-child. And feel free to prove me wrong by engaging my argument, but you're just going to prefer to snicker, laugh, and continue to advocate for the forceful mutilation.
I'm not laughing at your argument. I'm laughing at you because you're low-key a joke with your, like you try and get these hypothetical situations and put a bunch of words in there just to
Nothing that I said was hypothetical. Nothing that I said was hypothetical. It's not a hypothetical that 8-year-old girls are being forced to maintain pregnancy. It's not hypothetical insofar as why the reasons I believe that abortion is not wrong. That'd just be a description of my normative values. I actually didn't give you a hypothetical in anything that I just said. You don't even know what the word hypothetical means, but yet you think you're better equipped than me or any woman watching this live to be able to determine what they should or shouldn't be able to do with their bodies.
And you should be able to determine what they do or don't do with their bodies?
No, I'm not determining what women do or don't do with their bodies. In fact, I'm just determining that they should be able to decide that for themselves. Nice projection, though, man. It was cute. And you also framed that projection in a negative light. You said that as like, oh, Dean, you want to determine what women do or don't do with their bodies.
That's what you were saying sounded like.
Right? So if you think it's wrong to determine what women do or don't do with their bodies, then of course you wouldn't believe that 8-year-old girls should be forced to maintain pregnancy, but you do. So I just take that argument, turn it around on yourself. And yeah, where are we at? Are you going to engage in my argument insofar as why I think that women and girls should be able to access abortion? Or are you going to continue to get absolutely intellectually destroyed by myself?
I think everybody should. I don't think abortion is right in any instance.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So instead of engaging in my argument insofar as why I don't think that abortion is wrong, you instead just repeated that you do. What is a logical distinction between you and a white supremacist arguing that black individuals are less morally valuable than white individuals, and then some intellect walking up to them and being like, "You're wrong, and here's why," and then them being like, "I'm actually just going to ignore the very commonsensical reasons that you just gave me insofar as why I'm wrong, and I'm just going to continue to believe in what I do." Stop being sedentary in your harmful beliefs. Try to discover truth, and the bare minimum would at least be to engage in my argument, which is something that you're incapable of with your small p brain. Dean, I understand that you just described a perfectly valid and a
Bro's
perfectly
trying to
sound
compare me
position.
to a white supremacist because I don't think that one person should get killed instead of another.
Okay,
getting
well,
tortured.
that's a nice red herring.
That's what you're saying.
That's a nice red herring. That's a less I'd expect out of you. So what I demonstrated is the illogical parallel between you and white supremacists founding their beliefs on the base of no fact, no reason, no logic, just simply your own emotion and bias and prejudice, and then using those beliefs to enact harm onto others. Oh, he left. Okay, all right, bye. Yeah, what an annoying guest, chat. What an annoying guess. I hope I've demonstrated my patience. I've been working on it every single day for 4 hours, and that guy was really testing it. Let's go to move on to the next guest, Tony. Give us a minute. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. Get a life. Get a life. That guy needs to get a life. Yeah. Thank you for running away, kid. Like, this was just objectively the best decision that you can make. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. Okay. All right. We got our next guest connecting. Let's go to get Kevin loaded into the live. If you're on that queue, make sure that you're an American adult that supports Trump. Kira, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love. Cheris with the $1 saying, I'm a mom. Pregnancy and labor is the hardest thing you can experience. Yep. Keegan with the $5. I appreciate you so much for the love. Rob with the 1. Thank you. Rose with the $5 as well. Josie with the 1. Molly with the 2. Sammy with the 10. Megan with the 2 and Gretchen with the 5. Those are all of the Venmo donations from the last hour. I apologize that I haven't been reading them. I was just locked into that debate. Nova with the $5. Thank you so much for the love, Noah. Chloe with the 2. Leanna with a 5. Elizabeth with a 5. And then Noel. I really hope that you're still in here. I am just now seeing this. Noel, thank you for the $150 over on PayPal. Let's show some love to Noel down below in that comment section, everybody. Let's show some love to Noel down below. Noel says, happily on TikTok. Your work is so important. Real conversations with real people can change the course. Please keep going. Noel, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You are so incredibly kind. Show some love to Noel down below in that comment section for the $150. That is so much money. I mean, holy shit. Thank you. That is incredibly kind of you. Let's get 1,000 Noel W's down below. Thank you. Just thank you. If you want to support me, if you want to help pay for my therapy after that last guess, I'm not showing it, but Jesus Christ, that guy upset me. You can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of all the proceeds that are donated to me over on those platforms. And you can even attach a message, and I'll try to read it off. Thank you so much. As well as if you want to support me and you're on the YT stream, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the pin message. Thank you, everyone, so much for the love. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 19.
Perfect. Abby, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying thank you, Dean, for talking to these quote-unquote men about women's rights. I appreciate you for the love, as well as Jane with the $10 saying love you being the opposite of toxic masculinity. This is how we need men to act. That's very kind of you, Jane. Thank you for the $10. And take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I'm gonna explain a little bit. I don't support him 100%. I think some of his actions are like filled with stupidity, and most of his policies, the way he speaks to people, I think he's a very disrespectful person. So I don't agree with him 100%.
Okay. So why do you agree with him?
I agree with him on his stance on economy. He's an economist. That's how he marketed his campaign.
So the big beautiful bill is something that you're a fan of? Because that's like his one big economic policy. Huge fan of?
Huge fan.
Okay, why?
Yeah, I just got out of school. I'm trying to correlate my argument. Give me a second.
Okay, while you're thinking about why your argument, insofar as why you are a fan of it, I'll just tell you why I'm not. It cuts 10 million people off of healthcare. Yeah, that's going to kill people. It cuts 3 million people off of food stamps. Yeah, that's going to kill people. It is reducing the purchasing power of 150 million Americans, likely including yourself. And my evidence is rooted within the findings of the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities that you can find on cbpp.org. They did an evaluation on the overall impacts of the big, beautiful bill. The cuts in the bill are going to be reducing the after-tax income of everybody at or beneath the income of $51,000 per year, which is slightly above the average American. So,
okay, do you know why I think that's beneficial for some Americans?
Why the big, beautiful bill is beneficial for some Americans? Are there some Americans like rich people?
No.
Okay.
Okay, as a person in an impoverished community, I'm African American. I understand that some people utilize the public healthcare system and food stamps, taking advantage of the system, and well, I've seen people take advantage of the system even though they don't need it.
Can you give me a description of how somebody can take advantage of Medicaid?
Medicaid?
Yeah, how could somebody take advantage of healthcare?
Medicaid. Okay, so there are two forms: Medicaid or Medicare. Medicare is for old people or seniors, and Medicaid is for anyone under under 50, correct?
So Medicaid is for low-income Americans under 50, right? Right. And Donald Trump is cutting 10 million people off of Medicaid, and that's healthcare. And you just told me that you've seen people take advantage of Medicaid. How do people take advantage of Medicaid? And I'm being serious. I can't even really like comprehend the idea of somebody taking advantage of going to the hospital.
I can. Let me explain.
Yeah, for sure.
I have an aunt. I'm not gonna say her name, but she uses her Medicaid status to get substances and sell those substances with other substances. Or if you get what I'm trying to say, she uses her Medicaid card to buy pills and buy drugs and sell them. And she's not the only person doing this.
So they'd have to be prescribed by a doctor, right?
Correct.
Right. And first and foremost, like this is not going to be an issue with Medicaid. This is going to be an issue with doctors making false prescriptions, right?
No.
What I'd recommend you do is to report her.
I'm not gonna report her. She's my aunt. I'm just giving an example.
Wait. So you're okay with your aunt abusing a doctor's prescriptions of pharmaceuticals, but you're not okay with 10 million low-income Americans using Medicaid to live?
She has 9 months left. I don't give a fuck what she does. Okay.
Well, so first and foremost, this is not a byproduct of Medicaid. I understand like the role that you're describing Medicaid is playing here because it's helping to pay for the drugs, right? However, it is the case. This is going to be true of like all healthcare, private, public, Medicaid, Medicare, so on, right? And I find that the root of the issue is going to be in doctors making false prescriptions.
It wasn't a false prescription.
And even in some circumstances, right? Just like people breaking the law. Right? So I feel like the ways to fix this isn't to take healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans. The ways to fix this is to probably evaluate why the person broke the law and to evaluate why the doctor made the prescription. I think that we could eradicate many of these circumstances by cracking down on doctors that are belligerently prescribing pharmaceuticals with no good reason. And then for those that are getting prescribed these pharmaceuticals for good reason, then aren't taking them, that seems like it would hurt them since they were prescribed them with good reason. And they just probably value more money over their physical health, which means they're impoverished. So let's just focus on fixing poverty.
That's a valid point, but
right?
But
obviously, if we want to focus on fixing poverty, which is going to be like the root cause of a lot of like crimes of these type, now you're just advocating to increase poverty by cutting people off of healthcare and cutting people off of food stamps.
No, wait, hold on. How does public healthcare and food stamps help decrease the poverty rate?
By giving people
comfortable. It makes them comfortable in their position to be lazy, greedy, and slothish.
Okay. And what's your research to back this?
I have personal experience with not multiple families.
So personal experiences is not research to back your claim, right?
Personal experience.
Like for instance, like when I grew up, my mother was addicted to substances, right? This doesn't mean that all mothers are addicted to substances.
Valid, but okay, we're not talking about drug use. We're talking about criminal activity.
Well, we're talking about how
criminal activity.
We're talking about how you claim that social safety nets like Medicaid or food stamps will like keep poor people poor. And the reason why I asked you for your data to prove the point is because there is no data to prove the point. So that was a little bit of a gotcha moment, okay? Because you don't have any evidence for what you say. The evidence comes from Fox News, the TV, X, right? But when we actually look at the outcomes of social safety nets, we see a very different story being told. right? The story that we see being told is that social safety nets help act as a trampoline to help individuals go from existing as impoverished to being the average American with a higher income. How? By helping to heal the crisis of focusing on your immediate needs in a 24-hour cycle, right? Because if you're always focused on how are you going to pay the bills, how are you going to keep a roof over your heads, how are you going to keep food on the table, how you're going to have access to water, be able to go to the hospital, well, then you're going to turn around and you're going to get the first job you can. And in many scenarios, that's going to be a low-paying minimum wage job because it is open and non-competitive, right? And then when you're in that open, low-paying, a minimum wage job, you're going to have to work a shit ton to cover those means for yourself. So you're going to be working 40, 50, 60, 65 hours per week. So that is the environment that is created when we don't have social safety nets. What do social safety nets do? They step in. They say, here's some help for your rent. Here's some help for your food. So now you don't have to work 65 hours a week. You bump it down to 30 or 40. Okay, well, then you have an additional 25 hours to maybe focus on getting an online degree, going to a trade school, right? Or because your immediate needs are covered for the slightly foreseeable future, you might feel confident enough to turn around and interview for a job that's maybe at a more competitive firm, right? Because you don't need it, as you have some reliance on social safety nets to cover those immediate needs. And that's why we see in countries with more social safety nets, their citizens have more economic mobility, which means they could go from existing as a low-income American to a higher-income person.
Well, maybe safety nets, or I'm sorry, hold on. Social safety nets shouldn't be paid for by taxpayer money.
I think they should.
I don't think they should.
So why do you think it's bad for the taxpayers to pay for a system that doesn't just keep people alive, that doesn't just keep people off the streets, but also generates an economic ROI, which makes them
Okay,
better
but
off
what
in
a
turn
better
by promoting. No, you're interrupting me. Stop it with the interruptions. And now I'm going to start from the top. So why do you think the taxpayer shouldn't pay for a system that not only keeps people alive, not only keeps people off the streets, but also promotes better financial well-being for the average American by allowing low-income Americans to have more economic mobility, which promotes a better economy as a whole, which in turn pays for the original investment and gives you some return and makes your life easier as a country as a whole is better off?
I think it should be donation based.
Okay, so if it was donation-based, well, there obviously wouldn't be as much funding. So more people would die, more people would live on the streets, the economy as a whole would be worse off, and our government would generate less money. That's just the reality. Donation-based, it'd be defunded, more people would die, more people would be on the streets. The average American would be worse off because of the rebounding effects that the social safety nets have on allowing low-income Americans to scale their income, meaning the economy as a whole would be worse off. The economy as a whole is worse off. Our government is generating less revenue, so they have less to pay for essential social services, roads, hospitals, etc., and you're worse off in turn.
It's a valid point.
Right.
Okay.
No, it is. And it's a
It
very
is
valid.
valid. You made a valid argument, but okay, hold on. I'm really tired. Hold on.
While you're looking for whatever you need to look for, let me thank a couple people. Sray, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, Sray. Show some love to Sray down below for the 50. Sray says, towards your therapy fees. Thank you for the love, Sray. Holy shit, that's a lot of money. Thank you, Sray. Show some love to Sray down below. As well as Andrew, thank you for the $50 as well. Thank you. You were awesome. Everybody show some love to Andrew down below. Andrew says, you rock. I'm a furry and I'm absolutely disgusted that we've recently in the past been used to make an argument against the trans community. Quote unquote, litter boxes in schools, false. Quote unquote, what's next? I have to recognize your pronouns as being a cat. False. Anyways, love your content, buddy. You know what, Andrew? I appreciate that, man. See, like the furry stuff, it's not for me. It's not my interests, right? But like, I absolutely agree that people out there are like using like a niche interest, which a lot of people don't have, a lot of people have, as like a tool of like propaganda against the trans community. I couldn't agree more. Thank you for the $50, Andrew. Show some love to Andrew down below in that comment section, as well as Sray. And then a couple more here. Alexa, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Alexa. Brooke with the $10 saying, my mom was a teacher. My dad was a farmer. Please tell me again. Guess how they were lazy from being on government assistance. Yup. And then Vicky with the $10 as well saying, seriously, you are incredible. Thank you so much for the love, Vicky. Then Katie with the $10. Thank you so much. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Then Jane with the $10 too. I appreciate everyone so much for the love. You guys are awesome. Make sure to show some love to all of our donors down below. So do you want to respond, my friend? And maybe we could also bring up another point here. A lot of people assume just because you're low income that you're lazy. A lot of people that are low income and work actually work harder than those that are high income.
Okay, well, let me reframe. I think that government assistance should be issued to those who require it. There are people out there, 70% of the people on government, or I said 77% of the people on government assistance do not require it.
Okay, what a like a vague statement. Oh, 7% of people on government assistance don't require it. Okay, 7% of people in what government assistance? What do you mean by require?
On
What do you mean when
SNAP,
you say
they
they don't
don't.
require it?
They don't need SNAP.
Okay,
And yet
like what does that even mean? Like what is the substance behind that claim?
they have the financial backing to afford food.
Okay, and what is that 7% made up of?
SNAP users.
Well, I know, but like what financial demographics are we talking here? Is it like those at like the top line of the cutoff? Is it those with maybe like a higher net worth? Like what financial circumstances are you saying are allowed in some circumstances to qualify for SNAP but don't need SNAP? Like I'm asking for more substance behind what you mean when you say 7% of people have the financial resources to buy food for themselves. Okay, what do those financial resources look like?
Medical, or what was I was going to say medical. Middle class citizens who don't require SNAP, who don't have children, or who have the financial stability to afford food at home.
Okay.
We still utilize it.
Repeating.
You're asking me, dude.
We don't know what you mean by required yet. We don't know what you mean by they have enough money. We don't know what you mean when you say these things. Listen, I guess I'll go a different way about this because I don't know if you'll be able to answer the question. I would rather give food to 100 people, even if 7 of them didn't need it because the other 93 did, than take food away from 100 people, starving the 93 that did need it, just to bring justice to the 7 that didn't. What about you?
I would do the exact opposite. That's why I'm arguing with you.
You would rather starve 93 innocent people just to prevent 7 that don't need it from having it?
Correct.
Why? Why? Like, which scenario is worse? 7 people getting food stamps that don't need them, or 93 people not getting food stamps that do need them? Which scenario here like generates more harmful outcomes?
No. The scenario that generates more harmful outcomes.
Answer my question. 7 people that don't need snaps
answering.
getting taken off of snaps, or 93 people that do need snap getting taken off of snap?
The 93.
Whoa. Give me a calculation on that. I think that 7 people receiving food stamps that don't need them generates less harm than 93 that do need food stamps not getting them.
7 people who don't need food stamps receiving them is less harmful than the 93 people who do need food stamps.
So overall, you'd say it's less harmful to just keep the system as is than to stop the system as a whole, right? And if it's less harmful to keep the system as is with compared to stopping the system as a whole, well, then you wouldn't support the big beautiful bill stopping the system as a whole for 3 million SNAP recipients and 10 million healthcare recipients.
No, I would.
No, you wouldn't. In accordance with the answer to my last question, you wouldn't.
Wait, repeat your question.
Why am I repeating everything for everyone today? You're driving me insane. I'm losing my mind out here, man. I'm just like talking in.
You decided to come on TikTok and debate people.
Which is why I try to keep my patience.
Your TikTok is very laggy.
It's just unrealistic, man. It's just okay. What's more harmful? Allowing 7 people that don't need food stamps to have food stamps,
I answered
All
that
right.
already. The 93, taking the food stamps away from the 93 is more harmful.
Oh, okay. So this means that you
But I
would
told you I
rather
have no
keep
sympathy
the
for that.
system as it is than to get rid of it as a whole.
No, I said I
Bro, my
acknowledge that it's
friend,
more harmful.
if the bare
But
minimum
how
you
many
could do to
times do I
me,
have to tell
the
you?
bare
How many times
minimum
do I
you
have to
could
tell you I
do
have
for
no
me
sympathy
is
for
to not interrupt me. The bare fucking minimum you could do
the
is to
bare
stop
fucking minimum you
interrupting
can
me.
do is hear what I said.
God, I
I said I
did,
have
and
no
I'm trying to
sympathy for
respond
that.
to it. I can't even mute you. You want to know why I can't mute you? Because you got
What?
your whole damn TikTok account banned.
It's banned?
Yeah.
Type shit. Type shit.
We're going to move on to the next guest, chat. I might end early today. I'm just like, I can't do it. I can't do it with the people today. They've just sucked so much. These people have sucked so much, chat. It's just been unreal. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. It's just like, oh my God. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump, Angela? Okay,
That was an
Angela's
accident.
no worries. Moving on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. And if you want to support me, feel free to support me over on Venmo or PayPal. You could find my Venmo and PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of all the proceeds on those platforms. You could even attach a message and I'll read it off on live since I get a notification at the top of my phone screen like you see one coming in right now. Let's read that real quick. That is $10 from Natalie. Thank you for the contribution to the stream, Natalie. Says, love you and all that you do. Wish these people heard how dumb they sound. Thank you, Natalie. As well as Annalise, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. And Alexia with the $10 on Venmo. And Monique with the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Monique. Monique says, thank you for choosing to be the voice of wisdom and logic in this chaos, keeping hope alive. Thank you, Monique. Thank you for being here. Let's get 300 Monique W's down below. Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you for your kindness. You are incredibly awesome. Show some love to Monique down below while we're looking for that next Trump supporter. Make sure if you're in that queue, you're actually MAGA. We're only looking to talk to MAGA today. Hello, do you support Trump? Michaela? Is not here, so we're going to move on to Brick. Oh my God. Ooh. Moving on. Hey, what's up, Brick? You support Trump? Brick is not here. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. We're going to try to get a Trump supporter up here to debate. Please, 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 please. Go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you'd like to join and skip the line. There's a lot of people in the queue that shouldn't be here right now. And for whatever reason, my patience is running really short. And I just can't deal with all like the people in the queue that aren't supposed to be there. Let's go and get that next guest connected right now. Somebody in the chat said Dean is such a baby. Bro, you try being in my shoes for one day. I feel like I'm holding up pretty decent. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, good. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Can you disconnect any and all Bluetooth devices that you have connected to your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Caleb, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Appreciate that, man. There we go. So why do you support Trump, man?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
Oh. Yes.
Okay. You reconnected the Bluetooth device?
Yeah. I'm going to try to put these back one second. Okay.
There it goes.
Not work now?
Yeah. So why are you MAGA?
I would say abortion, but I definitely have a different argument than the other guy. I don't want to.
Okay, so you support
That
Trump
was pretty crazy.
because banning abortion?
I wouldn't say banning abortion. I would say limitations. So my position, I'm against any elective abortions justified by the sentience position.
Can you repeat that for me?
Yeah. So basically, any elective abortion that's justified by the sentience position, I'm against those.
Okay, so you're just against elective abortions? And why is that?
By the sentience position specifically.
So when does sentience occur?
No, just so the position. So I just think it's not really justified to unalive a fetus simply because it hasn't reached sentience.
Okay, and so why do you think it's wrong to kill the fetus?
Well, I think that's a form that, based off that argument, it's a form of moral discrimination.
Okay, so why do you think it's wrong to kill the fetus?
So I basically, based off of this sentience argument, which is,
You told us that you're pro-life, right? Do you think
Yeah.
it's wrong to kill a fetus before sentience?
I do, but I
Okay,
wouldn't
you do?
limit.
So then why
Yeah.
is it wrong to kill a fetus before sentience?
Oh, before? Well, that's not my argument, though.
You have an answer to the question because you affirm that you think it's wrong. I'm just simply asking you why. Why is it wrong to kill a fetus?
I mean, I think it's wrong because you are basically killing a human being,
Okay.
and you're kind of, well,
So you're
yeah,
killing a
sorry.
human being?
Yeah, I think it's a,
So your moral principle is that killing human beings is wrong.
sure, let's go with that first.
Okay. So why do you
Sorry,
think our
I'm just
species
nervous.
so why do you think our species classification is what makes us valuable?
So I don't think that's what makes us valuable. I think
I
it's
thought you
kind
said
of a
human being.
combination. Yeah, so when I say human being, I mean, people could have different definitions. You could be referring more to personhood, you could be genetics. I mean,
So what's a human being?
you could say it's a person of our species, shares genetics, has capacity for experience.
Okay. Well, I don't think that capacity for experiences would define a human being.
Yeah, why
Now,
do you say that?
because the first thing that you said was genetics, like because our genetics that define us as a member of the species of the Homo sapiens sapiens
Yeah, I didn't say that
does
was
it
the only thing that
necessitate
limited
it?
me.
So what's a human being?
So what is a human being?
Yeah.
I mean, I would say a human being is somebody, like, we're talking about genetics, like someone of our species, of the human species.
A member of the human species. Is that your definition of human being?
Were you talking like specifically just genetic sense, or are you talking about like on a moral sense?
No, I'm asking you how you're using the word. You said that you think abortion is wrong because you
Mm-hmm.
think it's wrong to kill a human being. I assumed that by human
Mm-hmm.
being you meant a member of our species. Then you were
Yeah,
like,
okay.
no, a human being can mean a lot of other things. So then I dropped my assumption, and now I'm asking for your definition.
Sorry,
And so far,
sorry.
you've just defined it as the same thing that being a member
Oh,
of our
sorry,
species.
that was a misunderstanding. I didn't know that you were. Sorry.
Your argument, abortion wrong because human being, what's a human being?
I'll just go back to what I said originally.
A member of our species.
Mm-hmm.
So then you shouldn't have criticized the question that I asked you when it was in alignment with your thoughts. The question that I asked you was, why do you think it's wrong to kill a Homo sapiens sapien? Or more so, why do you think our species classification is what gives us moral value?
Well, I'd say a person is not, like, sorry, again, I'm nervous. It's just like hard to define, right? Like, I've heard you define it before as well, and I'm in agreement with that definition. So maybe if you could give it, because you can explain it better.
You've already given your definition of what you think a
I
human
know,
being
but I'm
is.
not doing
Being
it
a
right
member of our
because you
species.
also. I
So
know,
you're-
but
so,
you also.
So you're basically saying that you don't have a good definition of what a human being is? So if
No,
you
I'm
if you
just
don't
not
if you don't have a good
articulating
definition
it
of what a
right.
human being is, well then you don't have an argument, right?
No,
Because
I'm
you're
just not
basically
arg-
saying that what drives abortion to be wrong is that it's wrong to kill a human
No.
being, but then you don't truly know what a human being is.
No, I'm just saying I'm struggling to articulate that point right now because
Okay.
I don't feel like I'm communicating it well enough.
I appreciate you so much for coming up. Feel free to come back if you get a working definition of that term. However, a working definition of that term would be necessary in order to have a conversation. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Everyone just give us some minutes. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do not support Trump. I just think that you're a very smart guy, and I kind of wanted to hear your opinions on some other topics.
Hey, Molly, I appreciate you so much for the love, man. But we are just looking to have... Sorry, I just got a text. Is that who it is?
Yo, dude, are you a science-based lifter, man?
Am I a science-based lifter? Yes, I am, man.
Yeah, tap in, man.
Bro, do you know who Jeff Nippert is?
Yep.
Base, bro. That guy's base. That guy's based. Hell yeah. Jeff Nippert is my go-to, dude. He's also lib the fuck out, man. So Jeff Nippert is a science-based lifter who's like been able to make build a pretty large platform on social media, just teaching science-based lifting. And dude, Jeff is a liberal. He's been going crazy on Twitter, just like shitting on Trump and whatnot. What's up, Isabella? Do you support Trump?
No.
All right, I gotta kick you. Guys, let's keep the rules in mind. Only join the live if you support Trump. Only join the live if you support Trump. We're going to get the next guest loaded into the live literally right now, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get that next guest loaded into the live literally right now. We got Shirley connecting right now, you guys. As well as, let's see here, we have any new donations. Meg, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying after listening to these callers, I'm convinced that there's an empathy epidemic in this country and it scares me. Dude, that actually is
I'm sorry. I meant to just hit like, not join. You can kick
No worries,
me.
Shirley. You have a good rest of your day. You know, that is a very fair takeaway from the conversations that we've had today. They have no empathy. As well as Kimberly, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, saying, hey, Dean, at one point I lost my job and was denied Medicaid because I own my home. These people think that, let me finish it. These people think that you should have nothing for a little help. Thank you for all that you do. I'm really sorry to hear that, Kimberly. Everybody deserves access to healthcare, and I really appreciate you so much for the $20. Show some love to Kimberly down below. As well as Maddie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Show some love to Maddie down below. Maddie says, would you ever consider making YouTube videos on how you do your research? Yes, actually, I want to make long-form YouTube videos just doing the research for you and like demonstrating like individual points, but very abstracted with a shit ton of sources and additional information. As well as a Vril, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Caleb with a 1 and Natalie with a 10. Welcome in, Ratman. Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
And how old are you?
I'm 25.
And why are you MAGA?
So I kind of go back and forth between MAGA, if that makes sense. Like one of the things that I'm questioning, and that's really the reason that I wanted to come up, is like immigration. So especially like immigrant farmers, and it's gotten onto my mind like how they talk about, you know, minimum wage pay and all this, and then underpaying the migrant workers is something that's supported, and that's my
that's not supported
inquiry.
Right? I don't support that, right? And that's why I want mass amnesty. The reason why undocumented immigrants make less in the labor force is because it's easier to exploit them as they have less bargaining power due to their lack of residency or citizenship. I support mass amnesty so we could give them not only permanent residence or citizenship in America, but also more bargaining power so they could get the same wages as citizens because they would be citizens. I'm going to go ahead and use a restroom real quick, Mr. Guest, and everybody else listening. Parker's in here for a second just to cover me. Parker, I really appreciate you. And I'll BRB.
What's good? What's good, everyone? I have no clue what's going on in the conversation. Seems like Dean immediately needed to go to the bathroom. So what were you arguing as to why you support Trump?
Well, my questioning was immigration, how a lot of Democrats, he said that he supports mass amnesty because he doesn't support it, but you hear a lot of Democrats talking about, you know, oh, the farmers pay these undocumented migrants smaller amounts, and they can't, so, you know, that's something that is supported among a lot of Democrats, if that makes sense.
No, not at all. I would be advocating for anyone who's undocumented, who's in the country, who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, be given a pathway to citizenship, which would actually incentivize them to go through the legal process where they don't have to leave the country, which gives them an incentive to identify themselves to like our system, and then which allows for them to get better working conditions, because then they can tell authorities if someone is paying them under the minimum wage or violating any legal standards in terms of work.
Is that like the popular opinion among Democrats? Because I understood differently.
In terms of this, I think that this is a popular view that Democrats typically would hold now. Now, is this the common view amongst does Harris have the same perspective as me? No. Now, they do prioritize deporting people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, but they still, to some degree, deport people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. So I still think that again, and to that degree, they would perpetuate into the same bad system of immigration that would exist in terms of Republicans. But the issue is that they cause it to be significantly worse on the Republican side because they don't advocate for it to be faster, like the legal process to get into the country. And they also don't prioritize deporting people who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes. Who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, meaning that they deport a greater percentage of people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. So I would disagree with Republican stance to a greater extent, but I would acknowledge that I still disagree with Democrats to some degree.
So, what's important to me as a voter isn't really how other voters feel about things. It's more of what the politician says that they are focusing on doing.
What?
So,
Well, I'm just
what's
saying, like,
impor-
you can take into account my perspective, and then you take into account my perspective, you would see that Harris is a better perspective.
Yeah, that makes sense from that perspective. Because Harris seems like she is okay with undocumented.
So
farm
all
workers.
of your reposts are against MAGA. So I don't believe that you actually are a Trump supporter.
Like I said, I'm back and forth. There's a lot of things, especially lately, because I did vote for Trump. That's why when I came in, I said I'm back and forth. There's a lot of things that I question, but then I get into the Truth Social echo chamber. And
So what point would you like to argue in support of Trump's presidency?
Well, that was the main thing I came in here questioning was like the immigrant thing, because I have been talking to people on like Truth Social, and that's what they've been saying. So it gets into your head easily. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, have a good rest of your day, Ratman. And Parker, I appreciate you for coming up.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah. By the way, I'm only gonna be live around another 40 minutes. Just thought I'd let you know.
Okay, for sure. I probably should be live here at like 4:30 my time then.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, for sure. I'll see you.
See ya. Let's go to move on to the next Trump supporter, everybody. Also, Deanna, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Deanna. Curious if MAGA realizes that they will be as loyal to Vance when the time comes because they are fully indoctrinated into a cult. Of course they will be, duh. And then Amy with the $5, thank you so much. Then Carter with the $5 as well. That's very kind. Thank you so much, Amy and Carter. And Sammy with the $5 on Venmo as well. Thank you guys so much for the love. What's going on, Susie? Welcome back in. Are you still dreaming about Trump?
I don't remember my last dream, to be honest, but I prepared a few questions.
FDT, thank you for the galaxies.
First one, let me read, please.
No. Just like I'm actually curious. Like last time you came up, you told us that you were literally dreaming about Trump. Are you still literally dreaming about Trump?
No, I did not said that. You're supposed to hear your life, what you respond to me, okay?
Okay, what do you got there, Susie?
So not like I prepared as so good as you, but I want to ask you. First question was today. So my second question was, what do you think about immigrants in your country?
I think that immigration is good, Susie. I appreciate you for your question, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Let's go to get Ben up in here, guys. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. Okay. All right. What's going on? Yo, Carter with the $5 on Venmo says, Dean, you have slowly started showing me how Trump's policies are actually that good. I'll definitely keep tuning in. Dude, that is awesome, Carter. Actually, here's what I'm going to be doing for you because you've chosen to be a very generous supporter. I'm going to take your $5 donation. I'm going to multiply it by 10 and donate it to Planned Parenthood. We'll go with Planned Parenthood today. Let's go, Carter. Thank you for the contribution. Thank you so much. I've actually been donating quite a bit of money to Planned Parenthood and a couple other charities for that reason. A lot of people, really send those compounding donos. Want to make sure it goes towards a good place. Welcome in, Ben. Do you support Trump?
Hey, I just wanted to tell you that
That is a child, so I'm going to go ahead and kick you out, Ben. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Henry connecting to the live stream. Yeah, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, literally right there, as well as it is in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and you could even add a message that I could read off. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you, Henry?
I'm 20.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I support Donald Trump because of the
Yo, 1 second.
deportation.
Yo, FDT, thank you for the level ship. I've literally never seen that gift before. Thank you so much. And I apologize for the interruption. Go ahead.
The deportation of illegal immigrants.
Oh, the mass deportation is very bad. It only hurts our country. Terrible.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
False.
What is
false.
one clear positive material benefit on America caused by mass deportation?
Seen them robbing many businesses around my area.
Well, reduction in crime. So first and foremost, undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes such as robbery than natural U.S.-born citizens. Statistically speaking, you're 3 times more likely to. Second of all, we'll only see more crime and more robbery if we do mass deportation, since it'll really hurt the economy by reducing our GDP by $2 trillion per year, which will really hurt the people, which will increase poverty, which will increase crime. So mass deportation just leads to more crime.
I don't know about that.
Well, okay,
Where are you getting your sources from?
For sure. My source for the claim that mass deportation would reduce our GDP by 1.1 trill through 1.7 trill per year is coming from the American Immigration Council, and that's going to be based on the estimation of the fact that there's 11 million undocumented immigrants in the country, with 8.3 million of them working, which is substantiated secondhand by statistics from the BLS, or the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
I don't know. All I'm hearing is a lot of yapping, not a lot of facts.
Are you trolling? I mean, those were facts, right? You asked me for the source. I gave.
Why do you talk so fast?
I don't think I'm talking fast, but I'll slow down if you'd like me to, Henry. That's fine. I'll oblige. I'll repeat it slower this time. You asked me where I was getting my source from, and I said, "You got something to say, Henry? Go ahead, my friend."
No, I just said I'm Henry's brother.
Yeah. Okay, Henry. Let's go ahead and hop back into a conversation. My source was the American Immigration Council. The American Immigration Council tells us that our GDP would be reduced by $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year if we were to do a mass deportation. Now, how would it be reduced? Because of the direct contributions to the GDP of the 11 million undocumented consumers and 8.3 million undocumented workers, as well as the indirect contributions that are generated through more productivity in the economy, as well as the labor and, well, the profit that is extracted off of their labor by their employer. Okay? And that is how I would justify my point that a mass deportation would significantly reduce our GDP. Thank you so much, Henry. Go ahead.
You look like an idiot.
Somebody sounds very angry. It's okay. I could get like that too sometimes.
I only think the only angry person is your girlfriend when you don't please her.
Ah, that's a good one. Now, would you like to respond to my argument about why mass deportation is bad, Henry?
You want me to donate you some Venmo, buddy?
No, I just want you to respond to my argument.
Mass deportation is bad because the undocumented immigrants are committing crimes, my bro.
You just told me that mass deportation was bad. Thank you for admitting that I'm right and you're wrong.
No, good. You know what I mean.
Whoa! But you said bad, Henry.
Well, I meant to say good. I misspoke.
Oh, and then your reason was that undocumented immigrants commit crime. I'll spell it out for you. We've already been over this, little man. Point number 1, they're less likely to commit crimes than you. Point number 2, if we do a mass deportation, because of the devastating economic effects. No, you hold on. Mute! Because of the devastating economic effects, we'll have more poverty, and poverty produces crime, meaning we'll have more crime.
How do you feel about all like the certain? I don't want to characterize or bring people into groups, but
So, Henry, I muted you. And the reason why I muted you is because you didn't respond to my argument. Yeah. Yeah, Henry. Yeah.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. You want me to respond to your argument, dude?
I do.
I want to see your source for the stats that says native-born American citizens are more likely to commit crimes.
Oh, good question. That source would be PNAS. PNAS is a research institution that's been open since the 19th century. And since the 19th century, they have been tracking crime rates of everybody in the country. And one of their typical frequent reports would be a comparison of the crime rates of citizens to undocumented immigrants. And these comparisons have held to be the same forever. And what they've demonstrated is that citizens are 2.5 times more likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times more likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times more likely to commit petty crimes.
Yeah, I don't want to hear from your little Democratic sources that are full of shit.
And how do you know it's a Democratic source, Henry? Is it because it disagrees with what you think?
It's because it's fucking nonsense.
And why is it nonsense, says Henry? Is it because it disagrees with what you think?
Sorry, so what'd you say you cut out?
Do you think it's nonsense because it disagrees with what you think?
No. You're
And
saying
why is
look
it
around.
nonsense?
It's definitely not true.
So unless you're literally Jesus with access to all knowledge ever, your looking
Common
around
sense.
is
I don't
not
know
going
about
to
that.
inform you about overall crime rates.
Yeah, well, look around, buddy. Where do you live?
Why would I tell you where I live?
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, we're just wondering where you live. Like, what
Is that
state do you live?
I live in Colorado.
You suburban?
Am I suburban?
Do you live in a suburban area? Yeah, you live in Colorado, of course.
Now I do.
Yeah, you gotta.
Where did you live before?
Did you ever live in a city?
Have
What do you
I
want to
lived-
answer that?
I-
Did you ever-
yeah, I've lived in a city before.
Okay, when? What year? Who was president?
I'm not going to give you more personal information about myself.
Yeah, because you know we're right.
I don't even know what point you're trying to make. You seem to just be playing 21 questions.
It's just where our point from the start of like
Riley, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. As well as Alexis with the $25 on Venmo saying thank you, supporting everybody who doesn't have a voice. You have life-changing abilities, and I appreciate you changing minds. Thank you for that love, Alexis. And then Cheyenne with the $25 as well. Show some love to Riley, Alexis, and Cheyenne. Thank you, guys. Cheyenne says, I was a brainwashed Republican for most of my life, and you've truly helped me understand myself and what I truly believe in. That's awesome, Cheyenne. That's so good to hear. Thank you so much, you guys. As well as Brandon with the $10 saying for being awesome. Thank you so much, Brandon. Okay, yeah, I'm done. Whatever. Okay, listen, real quick. Henry and Henry's bro. All right, listen. So I gave you evidence from a reputable instance. I gave you evidence from a reputable institution of research on crime rates, crime stats in this country, and then you refuted it, called it liberal, called it nonsensical, just because you think differently than what the source says. Okay, well, here's the difference between you and your source. You are a singular person that sees singular things on a day-by-day basis, and you perceive those things through a lens of your own biases, right? I don't know if you didn't learn this in middle school, okay, but when we opt to believe things that we have self-perceptions of through the lens of our own biases over things in which are concluded with the use / application of the scientific method and various conglomerates of data and statistics from a macro lens compared to your one micro lens, you become an uneducated, very unintelligent, and very misled person, okay? Right? And when we think back, 1 second, Henry's bro, when we think back in human history and we compare what we know now to be true to what we thought has been true in the past, it becomes very clear that I'm right and you're wrong. 500 years ago, we thought the earth was flat. Why? Because when we look out of our eyes, it looks like a flat plane. Today, we believe that it's round because when we think with our brains and use multiple data points, scientific terms of research, and models to predict what and why is happening, we learn that the earth is spherical. You're opting to believe the thought process that led us to the conclusion that the earth was flat over over the thought process that led us to the conclusion that the earth was round. Right? And what does that make you? Fucking stupid, Henry's bro.
You know what's stupid? Tell him what's stupid.
Tell me.
Stupid.
Tell me. No, tell me.
Lots
Tell me.
and
One sec.
lots
What's real quick? Just what's stupid?
Why you
Come on, can you
why do
tell us
keep
what's stupid?
interrupting? I'm not, gotta get to my
I'm not
point, you're gonna
interrupting
tell
you.
you.
I'm not interrupting you. What's
I'm gonna
stupid?
tell you what's stupid. Besides,
Can
your
you tell us
romance with
what's
Parker, we're
stupid?
gonna
Can you please tell me what's stupid, please?
Well, besides your
come on,
romance with
come on, guys.
Parker.
I want you to tell me what's stupid. Stop fucking stalling. What's stupid?
Really?
What's stupid?
Tell him what's stupid.
Well, no, come on, guys. What is stupid? Just stop it and tell me what's
Men-
stupid. What are we doing? Can
men-
you just very quickly, Henry and Henry's bro, calm down and tell me what's stupid.
Men and women's bathrooms. That's what's stupid, buddy.
Oh, well, then of course you would never support Donald J. Trump because not only did he go into their bathrooms, he also went into their changing rooms. Here's him admitting to it on the Howard Stern radio show in 2005. Take a listen.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So thank you in response to my reason why you are stupid for believing your anecdotal experiences over what we learn from conglomerate peer-reviewed research studies and macro analysis of data. You then responded to that statement by calling Trump stupid for perving on naked teenage girls and grown adult women in their changing rooms. Very good, Henry.
They were naked.
What's that?
What?
Were they naked? I don't know about that.
Oh, well, he told you they were naked in the clip.
Locker room talk. Ever heard of that?
What is locker room talk? Can you give us a definition?
It's just like there's not a real definition. It's just like a reference. You
What
get
is
it?
What is it a reference to?
It's like
Dean, you're smart
Dean,
enough. You
Dean,
can think
well,
enough.
we don't know
You
if
can
you're
think.
a guy. You might. I don't think you're a man, so you probably don't know. But have you ever played like a sport?
Yeah. It's funny because you'll invalidate the gender identity of trans people, but then you'll assume somebody with a penis isn't a man. Wait, if people that were born with penises aren't men, then you would just affirm the gender identity of every trans man alive.
That's a mental illness, my bro.
Wait, whoa. You can't say that. You just said people that are born with penises are not men.
No, people who are born with penises are men.
So this would mean if gender is a true dichotomy, it's binary as you would suggest. Therefore, if you're not born with a penis, you're a man, which would affirm the gender identity of every trans man alive. And if you think that it's a mental illness, as you suggested, right? A suggestion of the thought process that you could be a man without a penis, well, then the only one mentally ill here would be you. You would be the mentally ill person that suggested that you could have a penis and not be a man.
Are you making
why
fun of
are
people
you
who are-
calling yourself mentally ill? What? Whoa! Oh, Dean, you dunked on me and proved to me that Donald Trump had boasted about perving on kids. I'm just gonna call myself mentally ill as a response. What are you talking about? Come on, get with the program. Stay on topic. Respond to my points there. And if you're curious, no,
Dean,
being
how you-
trans is not a mental illness, according to every single major reputable institution of medicine and science on the face of this planet. But you've already suggested that you disagree with them.
I'm actually flattered that you keep muting us because you're just so scared that we're more intelligent than you. You can't let us speak. So thank you.
How many branches of government are there?
Are there? 3, fucking numbnut.
Name them.
Name them. Legislative, executive, judicial.
Okay, wow.
Fucking
You've proven
dope.
me that you have the intelligence level of a third grader. Let's bump it up a notch. What is the projected debt-related spending associated with the big beautiful bill per estimates from our Treasury and CBO? See, now we're operating more like my level of intelligence, right?
I mean, you have a screen in front of you. So you're obviously
Okay,
reading
so,
off
so,
of
so,
this.
so I know the answer to that question is $4.5 trillion. You don't.
I mean, you do this fake job every day. It's not a job. You do this side hustle every day.
You live off Venmo.
What do you do for work?
I do this for work. This is my job. Right.
Do you live, Dean, genuine question, do you live off PayPal, Venmo, what else do you use?
Yeah, I live off of the income that my job generates. Do you?
Yeah, I almost forgot.
Oh,
And
yeah.
TikTok
Yeah, so the Venmo, the PayPal, all in the link tree in my bio and in the pin message on my
Jealous.
YouTube
People are saying
stream.
jealous in the chat. Yeah, we're real jealous of Dean.
Oh, yeah, like Carry On just donated me. Kai, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal for the job. Thank you, Kai. Rose with the 5, Amanda with the 3,
yeah.
and Lucinda with the 5 as well. All for the job. Jeremy with the $5 on Venmo for the job. Maddie with the $10 on Venmo for the job. Dimitri with the 2, and Sandra with the $10 as well. Thank you so much, you guys. So go ahead and define job for me, my friend.
Who's your employer? How about that?
I'm self-employed.
Well, do you pay taxes?
Ridley, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the job. Can you thank Ridley real quick? Can you thank Ridley? Oh, or what about Crystal with the $10 over on PayPal for the job? Oh, and Alexis with the $25 over on Venmo for the job. Thank you, Alexis. Ridley, Crystal, and Alexis. Finding my job. Thank you guys so much. You guys are so kind. And yes, I pay taxes. So can you define job?
No, you don't. Do you live with your parents?
No, I don't.
No, I think you do.
Dino, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube. Super chat for Dean Spacek. Thank you for the love, Dino. And then Jillian with the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. I mean, you believe a lot of things to be true without any evidence. Yeah. So can you define job?
You're a goof.
Actually, no, I'm $20 richer because of Cadron's $20 donation on Venmo for the fake job. Thank you for the love, Cadron, as well as Gina with the $5 on Venmo for the job. Thank you. Raven with the $10 on Venmo saying donating to the fake job. Thank you so much, Raven. John with the $5 on PayPal for the not real job. Rosa with the $5 and Elizabeth with the $5 as well, guys. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate every single one of you for the love. Oh, and then MC with the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo for the job. Thank you guys so much. So do you want to answer the question? Define job.
People who have jobs usually don't say the N-word. Like you.
Okay.
And vape that.
I don't say the N-word.
You look like Donald Trump too, so maybe you guys are like that. Maybe that's how you guys are similar.
Okay. So I correct that I don't say the N-word, then you tell me I look like Trump. Have you ever formed a coherent thought in your life? Genuinely curious.
An annoying voice. You have like a
Carry
weird,
on.
like,
Thank you for the
nerdy
$2
voice.
over on PayPal. Then Squish with the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying tell Henry bro to get pushed. Thank you for the $20. Then Tyler with the $5 over on PayPal. Can you thank my donors for me? Could you say thank you?
No, you can thank your donors, so they're donating to you.
Yes.
What,
Olivia with the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for the donation for the fake job. Haley with the $5 for the hashtag job. Thank you for the $5, Haley. Can you thank them for me, please? That'd be very kind of you.
Absolutely not.
Alex with the $10 over on Venmo for the non-job. Thank you for the $10. That is so incredibly kind of you. Oh my God, Richard! Shut up! Richard with a $100 over on Venmo. Oh my God, Richard! Let's get 1,000 Richard W's down below in the chat. And Kaylee with the $20 on Venmo as well. I want to see 1,000 Richard W's. Wait, I'm sorry, I'm not done yet. Kaylee with the $20. Scarlett with the $25. And Dorinda with the 20. Scarlett, Kaylee, Dorinda, Richard. Holy fuck, you guys. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you guys. Seriously, I really appreciate you for the love. Then Laura with the $5 on Venmo for the job as well. Erica with the $5 on Venmo. That is very, very kind of you all. Karen with the $25. Thank you so much for the love. Karen with the $25 for the job. That is incredibly kind of you, Karen. Then Jillian with the $5 over on PayPal for the job. That is so incredibly kind of you. Melissa with the $20 on Venmo saying thank you for doing a great job. Thank you for the love, Melissa. Then Michaela with the $20 over on PayPal. Holy shit, you guys. Thank you, Michaela, for the $20. Rose with the $5. Ezra with the $4 for the job. I'm literally struggling to keep up. Leah, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo for triggering Anaran for the job. Thank you, Leah. Sam with the $5 for the job. Thank you so much, Sam. And bro, holy shit, Vanessa with the $100 on Venmo for having a job. What the fuck, Vanessa? Bro, let's get 1,000 Vanessa W's down below in the chat for the $100. Seriously, thank you so much. Then Danica Danica with the $10 over on Venmo for the job. Thank you so much, Vanessa, Danica. Then Morgan with the $1. Andrew with the $6. Rose once again with the 5. Seriously, guys, let's get 1,000 Vanessa W's, 1,000 Richard W's. Guys, thank you so much for the love. And then Georgia with a $5 saying, Beta boys sound jealous of your job. Yeah, they're getting pushed right now. Amber with the $25. Thank you so much for the love, Amber, for the job. Let's show some love to Amber down below in that comment section. You got MAGA Mobile, my friend. We didn't know what you just said. But thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Then Ezra with another 4. Then Liz with the $50 over on Venmo for the real job. Bro, dude, let's get 500 Liz W's. Then Erica with the $5 saying DNC Employment of the Month. Thank you so much for the love. Gwen with the $10. Thank you so much. Saying to tell these bros that women don't find insecurity attractive, they're gross. Yeah, these are 2 of the most insecure little men I've met in my life. I tried to have a good conversation with them. They weren't there for it. They even started like insulting me, saying that like my girlfriend is disgusted by me. I just said, okay, let's get back to the argument, brush it off. And they're still crashing out. I was so fucking lenient with them. Silence! I have more people to thank. Coral with the $50 super chat over on YouTube for the real job. Thank you for the love, Coral. Oh my God! Thank you so much for the $50. Let's get 500 Coral W's down below for the $50 for the real job. Linda with the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate it. Lori with the $5 on Venmo. Then Keely with the $10 on Venmo as well to shut Beavis and Butthead up. Thank you. Then Erica. I'm sorry, man. I'm still thanking my donors. I wish that you could be a little bit more respectful of that. Sit down, shut up. Just for another 3 seconds. Please. Jesus Christ. I don't know what's going on with these men, you know. Linda, thank you for the $10 on PayPal to pay for the brain cells you lost talking to Henry for the non-job. Thank you for the love. Then Andrew with the $6. You guys are all very kind. Go ahead. After I thank Paige for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you, Paige, for the $10. Amazing work at your fake job. Thank you for the love. I apologize for cutting you off. I just also have to thank Haley for the $15 on Venmo saying Henry's mom wanted you to have this. Oh, thank you, Henry's mom. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the $15 for the job.
Your girlfriend wanted
and Gwen with a $10 on Venmo and Erica with a 5. What's that?
Said your girlfriend wanted to give me something too, buddy.
What did she want to give you? A restraining order or like a fist in the jaw?
Maybe like someone who's...
Which one? Or is there more options? Or is there more options? I don't know. Go ahead.
A guy who's over 5'1". Like you're like a little midget.
She wanted to give you a guy that's over 5'1"? That doesn't even make sense.
No, she wanted me to give something to her.
That doesn't even make sense. Oh, Dean, your girlfriend wanted to give me a guy that's over 5'1". Oh,
okay.
Oh, Dean, I got you. Your girlfriend wanted me to give me a guy that's over. Bro, you're getting fucking flustered. Just calm down. And now I'm also gonna remove you from the live stream. Let's go ahead and move on. MAGA cries. Thank you for the $10 over on PayPal just to piss off the little boys. Thank you for the love. I appreciate you so much. Oh my goodness gracious. Sorry, you guys. Oh man. I don't know what's going on with the guest today. You know, see, if I didn't like try to maintain my patience throughout the day with these streams, every single conversation would devolve into what you just listened to. Okay? Every single one of them. I've been holding back the dams for the last 3.5 hours with all of the other, just fucking 18-year-old MAGA droids with no personality, just hate, vitriol, and insecurity. But I don't know. I finally let them open with those kids. It's pretty fun to flame them. I won't lie. It's just not productive for the debate, so I don't do it all the time. Phil, thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Phil. That is incredibly kind of you. Let's get 500 Phil W's down below in that chat. Phil says, here you go, lazy. Thank you for the love. As well as Emily with the $5 over on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind of you guys. On a real note, for everybody that has supported me and donated to me, with the last couple guests, just know that I really appreciate you all. And I know that we were getting a lot of donations there. So there was a little bit of it being overlooked, like individual names and so on. But I promise I really appreciate you all, and I appreciate everyone so much for all the love. It's very kind. All right. Okay. All right, everybody. So I have an idea for the last 15 or so minutes of our stream. I think we should just do a Q&A with you guys, not debates with MAGA. How does that sound? Olivia, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's get 300 Olivia W's down below. Olivia with a $30 says, for the most entertaining job anyone could have. Yeah, this could definitely be entertaining at times. It rarely gets dull. Thank you for the love, Olivia. As well as Sarah with a $5 saying, I love it when you wild out. It can be fun. It can be fun. It can be fun. All right. Listen. Hop in that queue if you'd like to come up here and ask a question. We'll get you pulled up here. Let's go ahead and start right now. Oh, looks like there's an emergency alert on the CU campus in Boulder. Guess somebody was like shooting a gun on campus. Oh shit. Let me check that out. I still get the notifications just because I haven't. Whoa. Apparently there were shots fired at the library, but there's no signs of injuries or a suspect. Well, let me. I'm still signed up for like the push notifications from when I was a student there. Okay. It looks like the most recent update is that there's no signs of injuries or a suspect, which is good. Hopefully everyone's okay. Let's go ahead and move on to those questions though. Hop in that queue if you have one. I'll bring you up. Hey, what's going on? You got a question?
Hi, Dean. How are you?
Hi. I'm doing all right. Real quick, how old are you?
I'll be 19 on Saturday.
Wow, happy early birthday. So
Thank you.
Yeah, do you have a question for me?
Yeah, I was wondering, 'cause I watch you all the time, so I mean, I have pretty much gotten all my information from you. What's your standpoint on I've heard you talk about it a lot, but what's your standpoint on immigration?
Yeah, for sure.
I know your stance, but what I don't understand is how people have the correct documentation and are getting deported. So I guess that would kind of be my question.
Oh, why do people have the
Yeah.
correct documentation or getting deported?
Yeah.
Sure.
How is that happening?
It's because the Trump administration doesn't care about who they're deporting. They just want the numbers to turn around and tell their base that they're doing a good job. And a facet of that is overlooking adequate due process to determine who is or is not an undocumented immigrant. And that's why we've seen legal immigrants that are legal green card holders get caught up in the mix.
I don't understand how they're able to do that though. That blows my mind.
They're able to do it insofar as they have ICE agents that are physically rounding up people that then they're deporting without due process or very limited due process. But then when they learn that they've deported or detained somebody that is a legal green card holder, in a couple circumstances, they've just lied and said there's some indiscrepancies on the paperwork that make them technically an undocumented immigrant and make their residency non-valid. Or it goes to the courts determine that it was an illegal removal. So then they just say it was a mistake/oversight.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, because I had a friend who actually, they went over his status twice and tried to deport him. They sent him somewhere. I can't remember what he said. I don't agree with any of it, but they sent him somewhere and he ended up coming back because his family lives here, but his parents aren't like they're undocumented. So they're trying to figure out like what to do, and like they're so scared to come out of their house, and they work like they've been here their whole lives.
Well,
I just think
I'm very
that's
sorry to hear
sad.
that that happened to your friend. I pray that he is okay, or they are
He's
okay.
okay. We're just
Good,
worried
good.
about his parents, but
For sure.
I thank you so much for letting me up and asking you, because I don't agree with it, but I was just wondering because I didn't know. I watch you every day.
No, of
I
course,
just
of
have
course.
never heard you explain that. That's what I wanted to know. So thank you so much.
Of course, you have a good rest of your day. And a lot of it starts with racial profiling. So it'll start with racial profiling, it then goes on to the expedited removal to hit quotas, and then it goes on to no due process or limited due process, which then results in legal green card holders, legal residents, and even citizens being held in detention centers or actually deported. Yeah. Let's go and get that next person up here. If you want to ask a question, feel free to hop in that queue. All right, here we go, everyone. We got Chase loading up. Ooh, I'm hungry. Good thing the stream's about to end. Guys, what should I do for dinner? What should I do for dinner tonight? I'm always so bad at deciding what I should do for dinner. Hey, what's going on? Oh,
Your next customer's here.
Chase has a bad mic. I'm going to go and kick him and move on to the next guest. All right, everyone. Let's go and get that next guest, Sabrina, loaded in. Let's see. Steak, pizza, pasta, chicken Alfredo, chicken with rice. All good suggestions. What's going on? Do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Oh my God, Dean.
It's a pleasure to meet you,
I
Sabrina.
can't even explain to you how excited I am to be talking to you.
Well, I'm happy to
I've
have
been
you here.
watching you since you had like 100 views on TikTok.
Damn. Okay, so you've been
Yeah.
around for a while. You've definitely
Yes.
You've seen a lot of different phases of the content throughout the years.
It's so true. And yeah, you taught me a lot about politics. Like I'm Canadian, so I got really sucked into American politics. So
That's awesome.
Oh my
That's
God.
that's good. That's really awesome. Well, do you have a question
Yeah.
you'd like to ask?
I do. It's kind of like I'll just ask it. Will you be my celebrity guest for my wedding next year
Oh my God.
in Canada?
You know what? Here's what I will say. Because that's a big ask. You should shoot me an email. You can find my email in my bio with all of the specifics. And
There's
I'll
no way
review
you see it.
uh,
I'm sure you get emails like every 2 seconds.
I actually have like 2 people on my team that go through every single one. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, but I'll take a look at the specifics. I'll take a look and I'll let you know. But I promise I will read and respond to your email.
Okay, I love that. Also, people in the comments are saying, like, what about his girlfriend? Obviously, bring your girlfriends. Like, what?
Well, I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I'll be on the
You
lookout for that
too.
email. You take care.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
what an ask, you know. I send me the specifics. I'll take a look. I'll check it out. Lynn, thank you for the galaxy. What a kind offer. What a truly kind offer. That's a big offer, you know. You don't just offer that to anyone, you know. That's really big. That's really big. What's going on, Emmy? Do you have a
Hey,
question?
Dean.
Hi.
I do.
Take it away.
Hi, I'm not from the US, that might be why I sound a bit different. But I was wondering if you could explain electoral votes to me because I'm aware that it's not majority votes wins.
Good question. No, that is a really good question. So, the way the Electoral College in America works is by districting states based upon the well, actually, that's actually a question that I may not know the full answer to. So let me be clear with what I know and what I don't know. So first, the
Okay,
Electoral
awesome.
College works on the local level by districting states based upon like segments of population, right? And then based upon the districts inside of the states and how many there are, it determines how many votes in the Electoral College each state has. And then once we determine how many votes in the Electoral College each state has, based upon the population of the districts inside of the state, whoever wins the popular vote in each state gets all of the Electoral College votes from the state, with one or two exceptions. I think that Vermont and Maine do it a little bit differently, where not Vermont, Maine and what's the other state, you guys? Nebraska and Maine, I think, do it a little bit differently, where they, I think Nebraska will give like two of their votes to the leading candidate, and then one of their votes to the losing candidate, and then Maine, I think, has a ranked choice voting, and they do something else over there that I don't really understand. But simply described, each state gets a certain amount of votes in the Electoral College, predicated on the size of their state, and then on average, or most of the time, whoever wins the popular vote in the state gets all of the votes from that state into the Electoral College. It's kind of confusing, and I don't know if I gave you a good explanation.
No, that was quite good. I'm just like internally stressing because I just spilled glue everywhere.
Well, the Electoral College definitely is kind of it's definitely kind of confusing. You know, like even on that more micro level of how like are the districts designed based upon like population density and whatnot. I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know like the rules and regulations behind like gerrymandering or like drawing those districts. That's where I don't know, but I hope that's a decent answer to your question, and thank you so much for asking. It's definitely confusing.
Thanks so much. Have a great night.
Yeah, you as well. You as well. Matt just sent me a text saying you hit most of the main points head on. It's based via congressional appointment via census. It's based on congressional appointment via census. Okay, thank you, Matt. As well as one moment to the new person joining in, Randy. Real quick, I'd like to thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Randy, R-A-N-D-I, thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Randy down below. Sent $50 for the fake job. You know what? Thank you, Randy. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as Jamie with the $20 over on PayPal. This is for you having to put up with these two numbnuts. I think that Randy and Jamie are probably both watching on YouTube, and they're just like 30 minutes behind everyone else. So Randy and Jamie, when you get to this point in the stream, no, I appreciate both of you. It's funny because, you know, the VOD lives on YouTube forever. And I'll just get like, you know, a handful, it's not many, but a couple donations throughout the day when I'm not live because somebody's like actively watching it on YouTube. But let's go and get one more person up in here for a question. Then I'm going to send y'all over to Parker's for some debates. Who will that last question be? Let's go and get Kate up here. Okay. All right. Kate is not loading in. We're going to try one more person. Oh, and he loaded in at like the last second. It's going to get Nation up here. Hey, what's going on?
Hi, Dean. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Do you have a question you'd like to ask?
I do. I've been watching you since before the debate lives when you used to have like sidekicks come up here.
Those were so much fun. Those were so fun.
Yeah. So I've seen that you've been very obvious on your stances on a lot of things. And feel free, you don't have to answer, but I do want to know what your stance is on Palestine.
Oh, I'm pro-Palestinian. I think that Israel is a apartheid genocidal state guilty of 1 billion war crimes and 1 billion violations of UN international law. And anybody or any country that supports the state of Israel and their leadership is just so misled and often evil.
Okay, that's great. Because I've watched you a lot. I'm always on your lives, so I'm a big like supporter of yours, and I think you're doing a great job educating people. And you're pretty simple at like explaining things, so it's easy for people to understand.
Well, thank you. That's what I focus on. I try to be able to communicate a subject, no matter its complexity, as like easy as possible. And I appreciate your words because you're telling me that I'm doing something right. So thank you so much. And that's also
Have a
really
good
cool.
one.
Yeah, you as well. You have a good one. And I'll tell you this, while moving on, it's really cool that you've been watching since the Psychic Lives. For those of you that don't know, before we did the debate streams about politics, I did debate streams about a bunch of other things. But one thing I debated was people's psychic abilities. And oh my God, those streams were so entertaining. I would have a live stream and it would say like something like, I don't know. Actually, I could pull them up. I could pull them up in my photos. Let me pull up one of the backgrounds that I'd use. Psychic. Let's see. Okay, I can't find them on my photos. It's going to take a billion years. We're going to pivot towards going to where I make my backgrounds on my photo editor. Yeah, here they are. Here they are. Oh my God. Yeah, here we go. Give me 1 second. Oh, here's what they said. So I would run a stream with a topic, prove to me that you're a psychic. And I would have people come up and try to prove that they were a psychic. But we like specifically were looking for like claimed mediums or people that could like tell me about my past or tell me about my future. And I would like have people attempt to prove that they're psychic by either telling me like unknown facts about myself, telling me facts about my childhood, telling me facts about my love life, telling me facts about my family, right, etc. And dude, they were so fun. They were so fun. And the crazy part is that some people were actually able to do it. And I still have no explanation for two of the guests, right, that we had on these streams. I did these streams for months and I talked to thousands of people. And out of the thousands of people that I talked to, there was two of them, which I still have no explanation for. Somebody told me the most specific details about my childhood. And the other one told me the layout of my goddamn apartment. It was nuts. It was nuts. We might bring those back for a day. Would you guys like that just for a day, doing something like that? Because I would. I think that would be cool. Yeah. I'll have to talk to Parker. Maybe we just do a throwback live one of these days together. We get him up in here and we talk to some psychics. It's so fun. Are they on YouTube? No. The psychic streams aren't even on YouTube. Like this is before I even started a YouTube account. This was like a year and a half ago. They were crazy. Man, they were crazy. They were so crazy, dude. God, now I'm thinking about them. Yeah, we got to do that soon. Switch it up for a little bit. A nice break from MAGA. There's like a lot that we could do with like the call-in function here. Right? I think that we need to start diversifying the content every so often. Maybe like have like one day a week or like one day every 2 weeks where we just do something like fun and lighthearted instead of like political. Like talking to psychics or doing like a really high stake talent show. Like there's like talent show lives on the app where like anybody could request, some people are kind of mid. But, we have the push where it is like not insane to get like 15,000 people on these lives, especially when we're on our main account. And if we make it like high stakes as fuck and like I make it clear that we are like looking for like the best of the best, genuinely insane talent, imagine the type of people that we could get up in here, like a couple $100 as a prize. That'd be crazy. That'd be pretty fun. That's a good idea. That'd be pretty cool. What else? Throw some other ideas in there. We're going to talk about this real quick before I get off. What are some other like fun ideas that we could do like every little bit? More Q&A. Yeah, I miss these Q&A. Cooking content? I might get into cooking content. I love cooking. Let's see. Religion. I do like studying religion. Roast battles, I just feel like those would go so wrong so quick. Council fighting couples. You won't believe it. I've done that too. On live. I've counseled fighting couples. There's probably, like, I don't know what. We have 6K people on the TikTok. 0.0001% of you guys. Like, there's like probably like one person in this live that knows exactly the story I'm talking about, where I did legitimately counsel a fighting couple on live. Yo, see, there is somebody in the chat. Die in the chat just said, I know. There's my one person. Die, you're my one person out of everybody in here. You're my one person that knows exactly what I'm talking about. Alongside a couple other ones. You guys are awesome. Okay. All right, all good ideas. All good ideas. Ex-MAGA journey story time. You know what? That's also pretty meaningful. We could do that. Just kind of get the perspective of people that have had their minds changed. I like that. I like that. Oh, or like flat earth. We could talk to flat earthers. We could bring like a scientist in and talk to some flat earthers. I know a lot of really awesome scientists that are very educated on that shit that we could bring in here to have some conversations with. We used to do this every so often. In my mind, I found them annoying, just because the flat earthers would like just destroy my brain. You know, once you get deep down that rabbit hole of flat earthers, you will find people who deny gravity. And they'll say that gravity isn't real, but the reason that our feet are on the ground is because of static electricity. And then they have some pseudo-scientific way to explain how they're right. It's insane. It's pretty nuts. It's really nuts. What are some other like crazy beliefs? I don't know. Somebody in the YouTube chat says gym series. Actually, as soon as like I've been back in the gym for a couple months and I start to look the part, I will probably start a second account where I just talk about science-based lifting. That is actually going to be something that I do. That is going to be something that I do. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. I can't wait. I just need to have like a decently above average physique if I were to do that. So that's why I think I might need like 4 to 6 months. Because I look good. I look good. I just need to look like decently above average. And I think I could get there in like 4 to 6 months. But once I get there, I'll start a backup second account for the gym. That'll be cool. You guys have a bunch of great ideas. Thank you so much, everyone, for your great ideas. Okay, we're going to go ahead and end the stream. I really appreciate everyone so much for joining us in. I'm happy that we could do like a fun wrap up to like the most insufferable 4 hours ever. I got to say, every guest today was nuts. We didn't deal with trolls, though. Did we have any trolls up today? We had one? That was crazy. We had one troll up today. Yeah, man, that was pretty wild. That's good. Maybe like 1, 2, or 3, not many. Right? But the trade-off was just dealing with the most crazy Trump supporters OAT. All right. For everybody over on TikTok, go ahead and raid @Parker Get a Job. Show him some love. He's going to be debating Trump supporters for the next 6 or so hours. For everybody on YouTube, same deal. @Parker Get a Job over there too. He's there. And yeah, we will be seeing some really cool conversations that are a little bit new in the near future. Maybe I'm going to do a fun live or just something interesting / different once a week, once every 2 weeks. It'll be awesome. Anyways, I appreciate everyone for joining, and I hope you have a good rest of your night. Bye-bye.